Let's pray. Almighty and eternal Father, we thank you for the gift of our life. We thank you for giving us life to this day. And we thank you for all that you have done for us since Sunday. We commit this program to your hands. We ask that you send the Holy Spirit on us, direct the affairs of this program, and bring it success to all the participating universities and the individuals. We ask in the name of Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Thank you very much. We'll now take the anthem. Can we all be upstanding as we take the anthem, please? Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and we do appreciate the sing-along. Our very beautiful school anthem is what we use to welcome all of you to this auditorium this morning. We really appreciate all of you here. And I think it's been quite an interesting journey from preparations in your various universities, coming into KNUST and doing some amazing stuff. I would like you all to clap for yourselves. The insightful arguments, the preparation, the bantering. Sometimes I think we're going to fight. It was intense. It was engaging. Good job so far. A round of applause for yourselves again, debaters. We'd like to acknowledge our dignitaries who are here today. First of all, we'd like to give a resounding round of applause to the Dean of the School of Graduate Studies, Professor Eric Foucault. Thank you very much for being here. We'd like to say good morning to the Director for the Sports Directorate, Mr. Timothy Mensah. Thank you very much for being here. The Secretary to the LOC, Mr. Inti Boabing. Good morning. We have a member of the LOC, Professor Monday Amoniyi Moses. Prof. Moses, we all call him. We have Professor Antonia Tete, Dean for the School of Biosciences, here with us this morning. We do have Mr. Francis Kontogoji, yes, also a member of the LOC. Thank you very much. I'd like to appreciate other members of the LOC who are here. Coach Roy, I have Ruth here as well. All senior members who have joined us. Amazing team from Love FM. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. Thank you very much to Tech TV for helping us with the streaming as well. I'd like to appreciate the hardworking team of the Investor Relations Office who are also here today. We really appreciate all of you. I'm going to do very well to go over the investees who are here. I think we had quite an experience during the opening ceremony. Very memorable ones we're going to take with us, especially students from Akenteng Apiaminka University. Say good morning to us. We want to wash off that memory. I said, we love you. Accra Technical University here too. Hello, good morning. We have SDD, University of Business and Integrated Science. Or is it studies? Integrated Studies. Okay. We have Takra Technical University. We have the University of Cape Coast. We have the University of Development Studies. We have the University of Energy and Resources. The University of Ghana. We have Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. So many, about 59 teams. You know why I did that? So I think getting into the semifinals, we have, is that about 20? From 59 to 20. How many go? 4. So we know who's going into the finals. We're going to know very, very soon. Before we do, we have in our midst the president of our SRC. Help me welcome Yvonne Osei Adobia.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good morning to all of you. Senior staff gathered here, all protocols duly observed. Ladies and gentlemen, as the president of the Student Representative Council, I'm here to welcome you all to the finals. congratulate you because it only takes the best to get to come to this point. Please give it up for yourselves. You've done massively well. And to our sisters from TTU, can I have you join me up here on stage? Let's give it up for them because they've done well. Our sisters from TTU are here. They are not here. Okay. I welcome you all to the finals, and then to the 4 teams left, I wish you the very best. And to my amazing debaters from KNUST, on behalf of the students, we want to let you know that we are very proud of you. KNUST debate started in 2000 in the continent of Africa, and I know that you wish you will win this trophy. I wish you the very best in this one, even the PAUDC and then the world champions. All the best to all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Madam President, and we really appreciate you being here to back up the students, not only of KNUST, but everybody who is represented here. All right, so now, excuse me, now that that's out of the way, now me, Krada, I'm standing here. I don't have any business. My name is not on it by my heart. So I'm going to call the coordinator to do the final announcement. Please give him a round of applause.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you guys for a great tournament. We would call the chairs for the final. The Novice finals. Chair for Novice Semifinal 1. Mr. Emmanuel Adati.
Thank you very much. So in our room, we have in OG, in Tama, in OO we have in Carrier, in CG we have Akobem, and then in CO we have Nkoso. So after the deliberation, no particular order, the team that broke to finals, we have CO in Korea and CG Akobin. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Chair for Novice Semifinal 2. Mr. Abuaji.
Okay, so in we are having Sankofa as OG, and then we are having Wawa Aba as OO, Diafe as CG, and then Aya as CO. So coming first, we are having OO. And then coming second, we are having OG.
Thank you very much. So those are the teams for Novice finals. Now we go on to the open finals. We call upon the chair for the first semi-final room. Mr. Amadou Arafat.
Hello, guys. So, in room O of the open semifinals, breaking into the finals of GUDC 2023. So first, the teams. In OG, we have Insubra. In OO, we have Odo Nyefie Kwan. In CG, we have Jinyami. And then in CO, we have Akuma Nkron. Breaking into the finals, we have CG Jinyami. And on a 3-2 split between OG and OO, we have OG moving into the finals. Insubra.
All right, so those are the first two teams for the first final for the Open. We'll call upon the chair for the second semi-final room, and please use the chair. Please use the sides. You are interrupting the stream.
Okay, so in room 1, we had from opening government, Eden Quine Hene. We have opening opposition, Ohini Iniwa, closing government, Nchuechi, and closing opposition, Nyaminti. So the first team advancing unanimously from closing government, Nchuechi. Okay, so the second team advancing on a 3-1 split. We have opening government.
All right.
Okay, so I'm here to announce the finalists for this year's public speaking event. As usual, I carry all my pink sheets around. So in room 1, breaking into the finals in no particular order, we have Emanuela Jima from the University of Ghana. Henry Fojo from University of Development Studies. Hanif Mohamed Sani. Alia Huda Sakib. And Afi Jifianu Edotoga. In room 2, breaking into the finals, we have, in no particular order as well, we have Kelvin Asamoah-Damte. Luther. Anastasia Nkrumah. Chidera Mujeke. And thank you very much.
All right, so please give yourselves a round of applause. You guys are so intense. Congratulations to everyone that's qualified for the finals. All right, so we're going to take a musical interlude. When we come back, we'll continue. But before we start the musical interlude, I'd like to appreciate the sponsors of this particular championship. PDATO Limited. We also have Jackson Institute of Innovation and Leadership, Astrolink, GT Bank, and Think Positive Travel and Educational Consult. Thank you very much for your wonderful support. We'll take a little break. We'll come back and continue with the program. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, brilliant debaters,
all protocols observed. On behalf of Guarantee Trust Bank, popularly known as GT Bank, we welcome you with a warm and hearty welcome to this prestigious debate championship. We are grateful for your presence. We thank you for making it here. I would like to say that our commitment to intellectual growth our commitment to fostering intellectual growth this year, and this has guided us in sponsoring this debate championship. We'd like to sell you to the bank, which will be done by my colleague Michael.
At GT Bank, we are one of the international banks that's well, we obtained our banking licenses from the Bank of Ghana in 2006 to engage in banking activities. We have a lot of products and we have a lot of branches. We have 36 branches in Ghana and we have footprints in 11 countries worldwide. We are in the UK and listed also on the London Stock Exchange. So talking about our product, especially within this setting, we have the student account. The advantage that if you're a student, you can get a free MasterCard, which you can use for your banking activities. There are no charges once you're a student. In addition to, you can sign up easily and obtain a virtual card. If you don't want any, it's also free. You can top up your virtual card with your GT Bank account, funds in your GT Bank account, and also funds in your mobile wallet. Aside the student account, we have accounts for those all walks of life, from babies to teens to kids to the youth to businessmen, pensioners. So we have our team on standby. Please, during the session or after the session, you can talk to us. Guarantee Trust Bank, wouldn't you rather bank with us?
Well, thank you very much to officials of the GT Bank. Thank you for your support. And as I said, we're looking forward to more support from you next year's tournament. All right, I'm going to now call on the Dean for the School of Graduate Studies, Professor Eric Foucault, to deliver the Vice Chancellor's speech. So can we give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? The debaters, I know your hand clapping has always been, so it's a little, please clap, clap. You can snap, you can clap, but show some appreciation. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning once again. Good morning. My Vice Chancellor, Professor Rita Kusia-Destin, would have loved to be here to see you, but equally he has been taken away by an important assignment. Yes, I send her greetings to you. And once I am representing my Vice Chancellor, permit me to read her message to you for such a wonderful occasion. My Vice Chancellor to send his wishes to you. And also, so Vice Chancellor, College of History present. I've seen deans, directors, heads of department here in presence, members of the media, participants, all protocol duly observed. I count it as a privilege to address the most important. It is the foundation of dialogue. It provides the platform on how we communicate, challenge presumptions, and look for points honest and productive people who have different viewpoints, so that through discourse we find broaden the parameters of our conversations. Universities worldwide play a significant part in effort of encouraging student debate championships. These contests are essential for giving students a wide range of abilities that will help them in their future academic and professional endeavors. These abilities include flexibilities, collaborations, effective communications, critical thinking, research, useful in a variety of employment pathways, debate, competition, and worthwhile extracurricular activity. It therefore promotes civic involvement and personal growth. KNUST has always been a champion of empowering students to excel in various domains of knowledge. Our university has always been committed to providing an inclusive and supportive environment that enables students to exploit their intellectual passions, broaden their perspectives, and engage in critical thinking. This year, the university has held its first public debate where engaged the public on every important issue on artificial intelligence. The goals of the university resonate deeply within the goals of Ghana University Debate Association and the tenets of debate. KNUST is the #1 global destination for quality education for a good reason. And I hope you will clap for us. Good. For the past 7 days, KNUST had the honor of hosting the 9th Ghana University Debate Competition, dubbed Nyansakasa 2023, with the theme pushing the boundaries of discourse in our society through dialogue, intelligence, and ingenuity. It has immersed us in the rich culture of Ashanti region, allow us to bask in the beauty of our campus surroundings. Some of you that have been here for the first time. It has been also an unforgettable journey, celebration of knowledge, culture, and provided a serene backdrop to intellectual battle that has unfolded. During this time, we are fortunate to have Love FM as our esteemed media partner, working hand in hand with the numerous companies who sponsored this competition to bring event to a broader audience. Their support and dedication have been invariable in ensuring that spirit of competition reaches far and wide. As we stand on the final challenge, we are not only celebrating the participants for giving us the extraordinary competition, but also the management of the following institutions, namely Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, University of Ghana, University of Cape Coast, SDD, UBIDSY, University of Development Studies, University of Energy and Natural Resources, then Apia Minka, University of Skills, Training and Entrepreneurship Development, Accra Technical University, and Takoradi Technical University. We also celebrate our media partners, Love FM, and sponsors, Ghana University Debate Association, and local organizing committee of KNUST, whose efforts have made these things happen. The competition has been fierce. The stakes have been very high, and the dedication of the contestant unwavering. We have witnessed a transformation of young minds into formidable intellectual force. The participants who, despite their best effort, couldn't even secure a spot in the finals have still emerged as winners in their own rights. Definitely, we need to encourage them also. Their commitment and dedication to competition have brought about significant contribution to ever persistent quest for knowledge. The road to success is not always straight path, and the ones who fall short in one competition are often the ones who return with greater determination and a more profound understanding of their field. Their participation, characterized by diligence and perseverance, fuel the engine of knowledge acquisition and innovation. Each endeavor, regardless of its outcome, adds to a valuable pieces of puzzle of human understanding. These participants, even without a trophy, stand as champions of curiosity and dedication, and as they push for the boundaries of knowledge and expand the horizon of human achievement. In a few moments, the final battle begins. And currently, we have two finals. Open final that consists of 3 KNUST teams and 1 UCC team. Novice final, which comprises of 2 KNUST teams and 2 UCC teams. Thank you. We will witness the ultimate clash of knowledge, will, and strategy. And we are all going to be around to witness that. But let us not forget that the true victory lies not only in the trophy that awaits the winners, but also in the shared experiences, the connection made, and the invariable knowledge gained during this journey. To the finalists, you are already champions. You have proven your mettle, demonstrated your passion, and showed the world that dedication and teamwork can achieve. Remember, your journey here is a testament to your ability and resilience. As we embark on the final leg of the competition, let us do so with a sense of fair play, respect for one another, and appreciation for the diversity of thought and ideas that have been marked this event. May the best team emerge victoriously, and may they do so grace and humility, knowing that they stand on the shoulders of the giants who have come before them. Thank you for our wonderful media partner, Live FM, and to all companies that have sponsored this competition. Your support has been instrumental in making this event a resounding success. To all our provosts, deans, senior members, junior members, the local organizing committee, let us celebrate the culmination of the incredible journey, and let the legacy of the past 7 days be enduring reminder of the power of knowledge, culture, and unity. May the best team win and make the final most unforgettable one. We wish the Ghana Debate Championship well. We wish you very well. God bless us all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Fokio. Please give him a round of applause again. All right, so I think after this ceremony, we're going to have the finals. Don't forget about your dinner. It will be in the evening. Whether you win or not, make it fun and memorable. And as the Vice Chancellor said in her speech, it is the memories that count. I mean, we all know you're intelligent to be here in the first place, but it's the memory that ultimately counts. All right, so we're going to, we're not done with the ceremony. We're going to have the finals, but let's do the closing prayer, and then you can go on with your finale. So, Mr. Intiwabeng, please give us a closing prayer for this session.
Let's please rise for the closing prayer. Almighty and eternal Father, we thank you for guiding us through this program successfully. We are about to begin our finals. As you saw us through the beginning, we ask you to grant us the peace, the strength, the energy for this final program. You commit our participants into your hands. Their time they have spent, make it fruitful for them now and their future. You commit wherever they go, let this debate open doors for them. Send your glory and your mercy on them, so that at the end of the day, they will see your mercies and glory everywhere they go. You commit their universities to your hands, that you bless them and continue to support them, so at the end of the day, their life become a success and glorify your name. We ask in the name of Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Well, thank you very much all. Thank you to our listeners who are on Love FM. We'd like to really appreciate you listening. We'd like to thank all our partners who have partnered with us. Thank you very much. So at this juncture, we'll start with the finale. All the best to the final teams.
Hi everyone. So we're going to be announcing the teams and their roles for the finals. If you hear your name as a team, please come forward so the photographer could get like a picture of all the teams together along with my handsome self. So for the open finals, in opening government, we have team in Subra. Please put your hands together for them. In opening opposition, we have team in Chirechi. Please put your hands together for them. Team in Chirechi, please come forward. In closing government, we have team Jinyame. Please put your hands together, guys. In closing opposition, we have Team Edinkrahene. Please line up. Line up for a photo. Line up for a photo. Agus. All right, thank you. You can move to any of the seats, but please be close by because you start your round in the next 10 minutes. In the novice finals, in opening government, we have Team Nkoswoshe. Please come forward. Please come forward, Team Nkoswoshe. In opening opposition, we have Team Wawaba. In closing government, we have Team Akobeng. Closing government, Team Akobeng. In closing opposition, we have Team Sankofa. Thank you very much. You can exit the stage. All right. So we're going to proceed to announcing the motion for the open finals, because we'll begin with the open finals. So Frank Bannerman is going to help us do that. Please welcome him with a round of applause. Please welcome Frank Bannerman with a round of applause.
Are all teams ready? All the open teams, are they ready? Where are you? I can't see any of you. Okay. So the motion for the open finals for GUDC 2023. The time is 12:07. Motion. This House supports the introduction of mandatory voting in the Ghanaian general elections. This House supports the introduction of mandatory voting in the Ghanaian general elections. All the best to all teams.
So, Mr. Franco Sewusu would be introducing the panel.
All right. So, judging the open finals, chairing the open final is Wilhelmina Maisie. And then paneling are Amadou Arafat, Emmanuel Owusu Adade, Layana Sewa Sharif, and Ode Apiayao. Are all judges here? Are all the judges here? Please move to the front row. Yeah. So there is Adade, there is Apia, there's Layana, Wilhelmina, who's left, and then Arafat. Okay. All right. Please go sit down, the front row there. All right. All the best, everyone.
Very importantly, we would appreciate it if all teams could submit their phones and gadgets. We would not want anyone using any electronic devices. If you want to check your time, the panel is going to do that. Please bring your phones and devices. You can all come forward to do that, please. Give it to Franco. would like to caution all teams that are going to be speaking in the finals to be wary of the language they use, and any team that uses language that is considered undecorous or that lacks decorum or that is particularly unfavorable to the airwaves would be severely punished by the panel. All the best.
Hello.
Hello, guys. Time up. Reverend. Okay, so we will be starting the debate in no time. I guess I would have to do this. I am Macy Wolhemina, and I'll be your chair with my able panelists here. You're all welcome to the grand finale of the 9th Ghana Universities Debate Championship with our able finalists here. Guys, before we start the round, I'm urging you all, our cheerleaders or our chairpersons up there, if you really want us to hear your favorite people speak and take notes of whatever they will be saying, I would urge you to reduce the kind of noise you make when you feel they are making, should I say, a lot of sense or something of that sort. So please, I'll be urging you. We want to take note and deliberate on that. Give us the opportunity to do so. So we will be inviting the Prime Minister to start the debate for us. Prime Minister, ready when you are.
Hello. Please permit me to do a few shout-outs, please. not everyone gets to be in the final, so yeah. Okay, so this speech is specially dedicated to every member of the UCC Debate Society, especially the upcoming generation. It is not easy, but to be worth it, okay? And then again to my partner, Jacqueline. It hasn't been easy. In fact, it was her DPM speech that got us here into the finals. And her DPM speech will win the trophy. But then finally, I know my very good friends in Ogwa Hall are watching me. Special shout out to you. I am really humbled to be your chief servant. I'm really humbled. Okay. So, starting in 3, 2, 1. Very important clarity. This house supports, not this house will. Meaning, we don't need to give a model or show how states are going to enforce this sort of mandatory voting. We support it. If states adopt it, fine. If they don't adopt it, fine. But we show you why we support it and the justifications for the support. Context. History of elections since 1992 to 2020. It has always been on a fractional basis. Case study in 2020, we had about 17 million people in the voter register. At the end of the election, we had just about 11 million people voting. That means about 6 million people not voting. That means about just 11 million people deciding for the over 30 million people that we have in Ghana. The frame one, then, what are these types of decisions, i.e. forcing people to vote? What then it means is that we are focusing on the primary import of the act. What that means is that very important clarity. It doesn't matter what the outcome will be, whether they are voting government out or they are maintaining government. The most important thing is go and vote. What then it means necessarily, the prioritization in today's debate is on the act, which is voting. And I will show you why that in itself is very important. But in the second frame is on the synergy between state, governance, and power structures. States like Ghana are ruled by governance. Governance is chosen, or power structures are chosen through political representations. What then this means on 3 levels is that 1, political parties rule. That is why NDC rules, MPP comes to rule. But then secondly, political ideologies fly. That is where NDC prides themselves as social democrats and MPP prides themselves as capital democrats. But then thirdly, political campaigns are the bedrock for state policies. So we are having 1 district, 1 factory, free SHS, even though it is causing the public pest because MPP promised it. These are the things that we use taxpayers' money for. These are the things that we use revenues for. Why this is very important is because political parties get to have power structures through elections. What then it means is that it is when these citizens entrust these things into their hands, then they have the power to then rule the state. But on the third frame, on rights and responsibilities. Panel, rights are not given from God. They are not divine. What it means is that rights are social constructs. Society determines what your rights are. The society determines what your rights are not. What then this means is that rights are intertwined with responsibilities. So your rights move with these responsibilities. So you have a right to life, you have economic rights, you have all that. But equally, you have responsibilities towards the state, which voting is part. It is a civic responsibility. If you don't know, you can read the Constitution. An example, President of the Free Compulsory Universal Basic Education. When President Kufuor introduced this policy, what they did was that if your child is seen outside, and he is asked, why are you not in school? And he says, my mom hasn't taken me to school. You will be imprisoned. Oh, you could have argued, well, education is by choice. The reason state enforced it was because education has a bearing on the overall impact of the state. I've analyzed you that voting has a bearing on the overall impact of the state, and it is enough justification for the state to force people to vote. Why is this true? Because voting then is a civic duty. Open and realize, 5th minute. But then thirdly, see, voting as a means of self-defense. In voting, individuals have the leverage and the strength over political actors. That is, to decide who governs them. Why is this very important? Because under the social contract theory, individuals exercising their franchise serve as a checking mechanism. But then this means necessarily, at any point in time where individuals restrain from this civic responsibility, they harm themselves in the social contract issue. Obapa will extend more on that, on how moral culpability is very bad, okay? But then more importantly, the inability to exercise these franchises, or the unwillingness to exercise these franchises, makes these people lose some sort of coping and checking mechanisms on these people. But then one very big thing that will be in today's debate is, there is bad governance, and it's the reason people do not necessarily want to vote, because MPP is bad, NDC is bad. See, let me show you the reasons why we even have bad governance. 3 levels. 1, polarization in the status quo. So voting is on NPP and NDC, and it's the reason we have bad governance. I'll vote for Bamiano because Akufo-Addo has done anything, just because I'm an MPP. But then 2, it's because they are on fractional vote. You get it? So it's just a minute number of people, it's just some fractional people who vote during times of elections. What then this means is that there is that sort of untrue representation. That is why at any point in time, these people just prioritize their strongholds, and these are the reasons we have bad governance existing in the status quo. On my impact analysis, I'll show you how we even improve upon governance. But then very importantly on the impact analysis before that,
it's your responsibility to have a job and pay taxes for the state. You are unemployed. Should we take you to jail?
It is your responsibility to have a job and pay taxes to the state. Yes, you're unemployed. You cannot necessarily jail someone because he's not paying taxes. But then necessarily, see, the impact of his, yes, very good. He's come to analyze to you, there is bad governance, so it should not necessarily force me to vote. I've analyzed to you why even all these bad governance structures exist. When it comes to extend on that, do not buy into it. Like, I don't see how that extension of logic will fly in today's debate. But on representation, 1, today's debate is highly principled on democracy. True democracy is premised on representation. That is why we have MPs. That is why we vote for assemblymen. We vote for unit committee members. We vote for presidents, etc. Secondly, the best way inclusivity and voices of people matter is during exercise of franchise, i.e. the power of the thumb, which is seen during elections. Not just because you sit on radio and say anything. These politicians don't mind. They'll target as propaganda. The only times that there's accountability mechanisms on them is when we are actually having times of election. The import of this is that more people voting, that means that there is true representation better achieved, because then you have more people exercising their franchise. Second impact on accountability, comparative way of fractional vote and mass vote. In fractional vote, you realize that there is no, the accountability mechanisms are less. Why? Because it is just a fraction of people. But then secondly, in fractional vote, it is just opposition who always antagonize the government. What then you get is that government always flag this as propaganda things, and then they do not really stand. But then what you get is that you get to hold these MPs more accountable, because the more people know who they are voting for, more people know who is representing them. But then secondly, you get to hold people in executive positions accountable. How do we impact on development better? 1, prudent distribution of the national cake. At a point where vote is not fractionalized, where it is not just about Ashanti region is voting for MPP or Volta region is voting for NDC, development is not skewed, because in status quo, development is skewed, because once I get power, I'm thinking about winning 2024. That is when people will say, breaking the 8, I've constructed Swami interchange, Ashanti's vote for me, I've constructed Kumasi International Airport. These are the things you have in status quo, and that is something we think necessarily is bad. But then secondly, it stops political comfortability, because you do not wait till elections to motivate strongholds. See, Mandatory voting means that active and clarion calls for development because more people are exercising their franchise. If you want to motivate or incentivize people to vote, that is necessarily the role of political parties. State has the ability to enforce.
Thank you so
To move
much,
from
Prime
OG.
Minister. Thank you so much, Prime Minister, for your speech. We now invite the Leader of Opposition to open up the cases of the up bench. Leader of Opposition, ready when you are.
Hello, please, am I audible? Okay. So before I start my speech, I'd like to appreciate the Almighty God for a successful program and to our lovely families and friends who have supported us to this point. Okay. So starting my speech in 3, 2, 1. There's a gross problem with the opening government case, because actually it has no delta. Why will you support and oppose something? You support and oppose it because you want to solve a problem. In their world, they don't solve any problem. They say, if we increase the number of people, you get more accountability. If you increase the number of people, you get more boreholes. Here's the thing. If 70% of people vote for MPP and 30% NDC, what happens? It's still 70% and 30%, regardless of the number of people you put in. You do not change the government structures in your world because the government will just change from one government to another. Like nothing changes in their world. Now let's enter the real debate that we are going to have. So I'm going to give you a number of cases. Number 1, voting as a form of protest. Number 2, why we protect the rights and freedoms of religious individuals and other individuals who do not opt into voting for principled reasons, and show why the government world worsens status quo. One thing about opening government is that they do not engage the Ghanaian context. Why? Because this debate is happening in a realm of 2023, where you have a largely unpopular government that was struggling with voter registration. You had a largely unpopular government dealing with lack of funds. You have a largely unpopular government that has so many issues. Why is that primarily important? The Ghanaian people need to leverage on every action that exists, and they need to use this as a support structure to send a message to the government in power. Here's what we mean. The first argumentation from us, voting as a form of protest. In the Ghanaian context, we have a bipartisan system switching between NDC and MPP, typically in 8-year cycles, for a number of structural reasons. One, because of ethnic socialization. So if the Ashantis and some Northerners are aligned to the MPP, they are going to vote for the MPP, whether it is a Kufuor or someone else. 2, political party socialization. Individuals have huge ties to their political parties and would vote for them regardless. The point is, if 300 MPP people are voting or 800 MPP people are voting, the point is that they are still voting. The delta on their side still doesn't exist. But why is our side equally important? Because it helps individuals in the MPP. So I'm going to use the MPP case study. One reason why the MPP is working so hard through propaganda means and the rest in order to garner more votes is because its own members are like, we want to punish you. Do you know how we are going to punish you? Voter apathy. We will not vote. We will not vote. Why? Because all the promises that you gave us during your manifestos and campaigns, all the freebies you claim that we were supposed to get during COVID, later on you said, Well, it wasn't freebies. You still have to pay for it. The only way you can get that mechanism in order to punish them is voter apathy. Here's the problem on their side. When you bring them to the polling station, they will still have to vote. And obviously, given the structural reasons I've analyzed to you, they will still have to vote for the MPP. So what is the opt-out mechanism for these MPP people? They don't need to vote. They do not want to vote. So in whose world do you facilitate their right to be able to send a strong signal to an unpopular MPP government? It's only through our world that you are able to do that. Second level of argumentation on religious rights. Panel, we all recognize that there are individuals, some of our friends are Jehovah's Witnesses, and there are other religious groups that do not want to vote because their religions have told them to. For a country that says that we are a religious people, it is principally weird and strange for them to come back and say, we are going to force you to vote. That's primarily problematic. You look, all of us had issues with our JW friends. Why are you strange? Why are you like that? But the point is, to the point where they respect our religious rights and the way we go about our Christianity or Islam, is the same way we need to reciprocate it to them. Here's the thing, because they have a stance of no involvement in political matters. That means the government of Ghana, after all that it has done, has no moral high ground to trample on the religious rights and freedoms of its religious citizens. Primarily because of one principle, the separation of church and state, which is enshrined in the legal frameworks we had. Primarily because the government of Ghana respects the existence of churches and religious groups and has allowed them to religiously expressed. Case in point, in the National Cathedral Akufo-Addo is so happy about. Why is this primarily bad? It means you are going to cause friction between the government and the religious groups, which is something that is very antithetical to a state like Ghana, primarily when we are predominantly Christian or Muslim and form other religions. So the word that you vote for is the word that secures the stability of the Ghanaian system, and that is our word. I'll engage the relevant team, CG.
To the extent where the government of Ghana has allowed JW to exist within the country, they are going to make an exemption for them, just as they are allowed to refuse blood transfusion, even if it means killing them.
Wait, didn't you not read the motion? It says introduction of mandatory. How is it mandatory when you have exceptions? What kind of extension is that? Pano, you need to be very careful on that. What's the next level of argumentation that you are going to get from my side? Why it's worsening status quo? But before then, you guys. Floating voters. The point is that the floating voters are still between MPP and NDC. No. The point is two. You have two options. Unless you are saying Alan Chematin is going to win. But that's not the case. From what? So many years of voting cycles. The third forces are just not winning. It's still too... Like, that's really fun. Now, why does that worsen status quo? What would pulling this off require? You need significant amount of voter registration for the new voters. Even you need to do that on a polling station level and on a community level in order to get the new voters in. Here's why it's primarily bad. You have an EC that has insisted on a limited voter registration over the span of 2 weeks and on a district level. And despite calls from the MPP, the NDC, and other political parties, the EC was still adamant about how to go about the new registration. What happened? Machines were overburdened. Queues started and went on for miles and miles. My junior brother in the house couldn't go because the police station was all the way in Ashanti region, and traveling was a problem. Individuals in the northern region that had bad roads were not able to access this right. So on their word, the impact is that you are going to put extra burden on a government that has economic problems. You are running to the IMF. You have so many issues you have to deal with. That means that the elections that are become a significant cost to the Ghanaian system, you are only going to increase that cost and worsen the problems that we are all inside. The next thing is that you are only going to worsen the sort of relations individuals have with their government, because by mandatory forcing them to do this, you are only going to increase rife and increase protests within this dispensation. We believe that the government is principally unjustified in order to be able to mandatorily force people to vote. Panel, we protect the rights and freedoms of the good people of Ghana, and we win this finals. Incredibly proud to oppose.
Thank you so much, Leader of Opposition, for your speech. We now invite the Deputy Prime Minister to extend the case of the opening government. Deputy Prime Minister, ready when you are.
So I'd like to give a few shout-outs before I start my speech. First of all, I dedicate this speech to Mastercard Foundation Ghana. We are celebrating 10 years of impact. I'm living proof that it's important to invest in girl child. I'm the only female in finals. Also to the senior boys of the UCC Debate Society, Sosi, Milo, Caleb, all the names, the females, thank you for building these grounds for us. Panel, and I start my speech. I begin in 3, 2, 1. We win this debate not because we are the only team among 3 other institutions, right? We win these debates because of the analysis Nana Boachi gives you and the ones I'm going to extend on, right? Notice that the problem with Upbench is that the problems they say would exist in our wards are things that we could easily solve, right? So if you feel there's limited time for voter registration, I don't think this is a very big issue that the Ghanaian government cannot solve to say that is the biggest reason why you don't want us to give you all the impact that exists in our world. If we can prove that we can force the EC to say, give even 1 year period for voter registration, we can say that will happen. Issues of bad roads, so people do not want to go and register for voter registration because of bad roads. People still use these bad roads to go to school, to go to markets, and to feed themselves at a point where the clarion call for national identity and national prosperity exists. We don't think you can win the debate on flimsy issues, right? What I'm going to do is to give you an extension on our case and then do rebuttals and then give a summary of why we win the debate. The first argument you are going to get from me is how the introduction of mandatory voting increases the sense of civic duty. What does this mean? Recently, when we had the occupied Lobby House, you realize that a lot of people were complaining on social media that most youth were not engaging in the protest. People were not even posting about it on their status. When I heard about the issue and I wanted to know what was going on, I went through all my contacts and I didn't find people talking about it. What it then means is that there exists that lack of apathy within people, within states, especially in Ghana, because the youth feel, well, I didn't vote for the MPP. If they are having bad governance, it's because of the people that voted for them. What it then means is that the lack of existence of compulsory voting for all members who are eligible to vote then creates that apathy towards civic duty. It means that I don't care attitude that exists within people. Listen to the argument on moral culpability. What it then means is to say that when we force people to do mandatory voting, it means that you are morally culpable for the bad governance that happened. What it then means is that this then creates a sense of civic duty within individuals, because if you and I are responsible for voting one particular political party in there, everyone gets angry when the system is going bad. We do not have people in the system who say, well, we should blame the people who voted for them because of party lies. What it then means is that there is that lack of civic duty that exists. But why is the analysis on civic duty very important? For states to progress, we need large number of representation for people to have public discourses around issues around politics and government. What we then have in states like Ghana is the idea of apathy, where it's just a few people who seem to be concerned about what is going on in the governance. The average Ghanaian thinks what is important to them is just to find their ways or means to eat. At the end of the day, whatever happens in governance is not their fault. But when Boachi tells you your rights and your responsibilities are tied down to the state exists because governance exists. What it then means is that for you to have the quality of life that you desire, you need to make sure that that representation exists. Everyone comes together, you vote, then we can say. So the debate is not about the outcome, whether if we vote, they will win the elections or not. It is about the principle that if everyone comes together, we now have that. We say the sense of civil duty would exist among all people who would be mandated to vote, right? That then means that people will now be forced to have public discourses. When we are having protests towards what the government is doing, we will have large numbers pulling up at Jubilee House to give that signaling effect towards states. What it then does is it sends that accountability mechanisms on the rest of people aspiring to become president. They then know that when you do not do well within governance, the whole country is going to call you out, not a few people who look like the NDC, right? What do you get from these guys? 3 arguments. They say 1, voting as a form of protest. What it then means is that in their word, the people who do not vote are the ones that are using this to signal protest. It fits into my civil civic disability, civic duty arguments, because when I told you the lack of apathy is because people felt they didn't vote for these guys. It is when they buy into this frame and say people use not voting as a form of protest. This doesn't signal protest enough, because when you say you do not vote, what you then allow is to just let a few minority of people to decide who then becomes who rules the country. This your protest doesn't have impact. But when everyone votes, and that moral culpability that you were part of the people who voted and everyone is responsible for the bad governance, that then becomes a better form of protest, because when we are all on the streets, the signaling effect is rather high. You sit in your house, you don't talk. 2, the protecting of religious individuals. See, religious exemptions exist within states. The United States has accepted LGBTQ, but they are not forcing the Catholic Church to bless gay marriages within the states, right? What it then means is that the debate is not about religious people like Jehovah's Witnesses that have been exempted. It means it is about the objective floating voter who does not vote because he feels or she feels she doesn't have any strong party affiliation to MPP and NDC. Religious exemption is a concession in the debate, because even though states can allow things like LGBTQ, they don't force religious individuals to do things against the states. LGBTQ in America is something that was instituted by the states, but the states did not allow what you call the Catholic Church to do this. The third thing, like I said in my introduction, is the issue of how there's the need to get voter registration. There's limited time for voter registration, long distance to get to the registration. We say this is how we solve it. These are just logistic issues. What it then means is that there's no effective communication with the EC as to how many times we should give individual voters to get time to register. The simple solution is, if we now see the need, because when governors say we are going to mandate everyone to do it, because of the numbers, we will give more time for people to register. The issue about roads, it is about financial issues, and it's not about the fact that people say because of bad roads, they won't vote. But what do you get from Bachi? Let me extend on his cases. He gives you the issue of synergy. The issue of floating voters, like he tells you, is about the fact that the people who do not vote are floating voters. These people are people who do not have strong party affiliations, but they are the most objective people. What it then means is that if you force them through mandatory voting to vote, you then get that mass representation that leads to all the benefits we give you in terms of sense of civic impact, and then we get more discourses. He tells you that there is a synergy between states and governors. But what does this mean? It means that for you to sit here today and to be comfortable, it means governance exist. The government is the one that is giving you all the rights and responsibilities that you are enjoying. And then you give the government legitimacy by voting for them. We say, at a point where you sit in your house and enjoy those benefits, you become morally culpable to determine who then rules this government. On that legitimacy, we say it is legitimate to force all individuals to be part of this. The second is on the issue of accountability, where he tells you that fractional voting limits the accountability. Today's debate is at the clarion call on the people of Ghana to say we'll force everyone to vote for all the impacts we give you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Deputy Prime Minister, for your speech. Now I invite the Deputy Leader of Opposition.
Great. Because nobody said it, I want to make it clear that, I don't know for the rest, but this speech is not a representation of my true opinions. It's just because of the topic and the draw. But more importantly, I want to say thank you to my friends who've been there for me all through. It hasn't been an easy year for an amazing person, but let's just move to it. First, they say floating voters. Floating voters. They already vote. Do you get it? So the biggest impact on floating voters cannot be forcing them to vote. Why? They said they are the most objective people, the most reasonable people. You don't force the most reasonable people to take a decision because they are the most objective for a reason. They know when to vote. They know how to analyze political trends. They lose. Second, they said, we'll provide exemptions for people who are JW, for example. But the DPM said it is legitimate for everybody to join this. See, they don't prove why the JW person can absorb themselves of moral culpability. They don't prove why the JW person can be apathetic. But because I am Catholic, I don't have to be apathetic. Do you get it? I asked a certain POI. I know my POIs are hard to respond to, but this was the logic. See, if you are a citizen, you need to pay taxes. You benefit from the state. So the state used tax money to take care of you. These two unemployed graduates here have been spending state money, but they've not been taken to jail. It means the fact that something is your responsibility to state does not mean state forces you all the time to do it. Let's talk about moral culpability, because the biggest impact they have is accountability. I'm going to take it down, but let me talk to Jacqueline a bit. See, it's not our fault you don't have patriotic friends. If your friends were not posting about Julobi, Prosper and Bannerman were ranting about it every day. It's a personal problem. It's not a Ghanaian problem. Secondly, people were afraid to protest because those who protested, some of them ended up in jail. Do you get it? So it doesn't mean those people are not patriotic. You were at home because you're afraid of going to jail. It's simple. What it means, again, is a government that is known for clamping down on protesters cannot be seen implementing this action. 3, they lose this debate finally. I don't care if I lose, but these guys lose. Because this is it. They say that when you vote for the state, people will not be apathetic. Listen, imagine we are 8 people in this debate, and we force everybody to vote. If the 2 of us don't vote for MPP, we will still say that we didn't vote for MPP, so we don't care. Do you get it? On their side, so for us, not everybody votes for the ruling party. People will still have a reason not to care about the ruling party because not all of them voted for the ruling party. The problem with Ghana is you don't always get what you vote for. That's the next thing I want to tell you. See, when you vote, what you do is you are endorsing something. It means you are endorsing Cecilia Dape's $1 million. It means you are endorsing Bosch using 300,000 CDs to buy 18 iPhones. It means you are endorsing Sewa Broni drive and riding in a private jet. It's not just about putting your thumb there. That's why people blame people who vote for the government, because it means it is because of your action that certain bad things are happening to certain people. Why do people not have the choice? And that's the basis of religious apathy in voting, because they believe that the only person who can do no wrong is God. And that is why they endorse only God. It's not only JW people who have the right to do that. Sit down, I'll take you later. Don't worry, I'll take you. Let's go to the issues in today's debate. I want to talk about 2 things. First, what causes voter apathy in Ghana? They cannot say Ghanaians are apathetic. When Rawlings was stepping down, a huge chunk of Ghanaians came to vote against NDC. In 2016, Akufo-Addo has the most massive victory that a president has ever had. It means Ghanaians respond to political trends when the need be. Why was the 2020 elections a very bad example? Because the government had sensationalized the bad things NDC had done, to the extent that those who were disappointed in NDC, such that they voted for MPP, have now been disappointed on both sides. See, if you have 2 people to date and both of them break your heart, you don't keep going back to them because you need to be in a relationship. You can sit back and enjoy your life. That's simply, yes. Sit down, sit down. Sit down, sit down. It's my... I don't even get it. See, floating voters don't vote on party lines. Who do they vote for? They vote for somebody. It cannot, I mean, it's like saying that someone is wrong for voting because they are not partisan. Their world is the polarization. And that's what Atisu was telling you about. Because people who are not outward about party affiliations are being seen as weird on their side. They literally confess to it again. Next thing, negative voting happens. See, a vote is a vote, even if it's a rejected ballot. When you force someone who doesn't want to vote to go and vote, what they will most likely do is waste their vote. In Ghana, it happens. I'm sorry, but I wasted my vote in 2020. We just went to thump something there because people are angry. What it means is you create a false dichotomy on the world, two false dichotomies. You pretend that people are in love with the government and they are enthused to participate. I've told you that in 2000, in 2016, Ghanaians came out in their numbers, so they are able to their interest in the political system. The reason apathy is there, that we are noticing it, is that people are increasingly getting tired of the duopoly of NPP and NDC. What it means is that it allows for better political signaling. Let's talk about accountability. In Brunei and Saudi Arabia, everybody votes, but the government still does what they want. Ashanti people who are tired of NPP but are tribal will still vote for NPP if you force them, because you hear them saying, I'd rather vote for a cockroach in NPP than vote for God in NDC. What it means is you allow that polarization to be worse on that side, because those people are not going to give off their tribal sentiments. I've shown you two things largely. One, why it doesn't make anything better for the people of Ghana, and secondly, why it is legitimate for people to withdraw their right to vote. Proud.
Thank you so much, Deputy Leader of Opposition, for closing the opening half of the debate. We now move to the closing half, and we will invite the government member to open up for us.
I would also like to say that these are not a reflection of my personal values, just because I have to do this to win the trophy for Ferguson. So before I begin, I'll just say a few words. For a long time now, Ferguson had lost himself because of what people choose to see when they saw him. Through Nyansakasa, he's been able to find himself, and it has been a very beautiful experience, and I'm proud to dedicate this speech to him. But for me too, personally, I've had the opportunity to connect with my friends, Obed and Ode and other beautiful people, and I would really value this particular experience. Thank you, everyone. This is your Koju, and this is your speech. In 3, 2, 1. Year in, year out, we have gooder elections. But because not many people are doing the voting, we don't even know that Abuaje from UNE wants to be treasurer. He's not coming to you because you are not mandated to vote. We just see people brought to us at the dinner and introduced to us as our executives in that particular regard. What we are going to analyze to you from our side is that we heighten the loudness of protest, one, and secondly, we force politicians to share the spoils with every other person. This is distinct from these guys that they are achieving high impact. One, their impacts are not even like symmetric. So one, when everybody is voting, accountability exists. They don't prove why. When everybody is voting, then the country would be better. How? There's still a lot of things for them to mechanize to prove that the country is better, just because they're going to get every person like voting that particular regard. But all of these things are equally symmetric because they are just two options. So it's either you are spoiling your vote like Owo tells you, or you are voting MPP, NDC. You can still say, I didn't vote for them, so I don't care. I won't go to protest. Or you can still say, because I voted for the MPP, even when they are destroying the economy, I'm not going to come at them like Patrick Mia did in that particular regard. He voted, but he didn't seek for accountability because of his party in that regard. So the first thing, how we make protests better. In status quo, there is no cost that comes with not voting as a method of protesting. And so if you say you are not going to vote in 2024, just sleep in your house, go to Twitter, talk about it, and that's the end. Notice how in the 2020 general election, a group of people decided to use this trend that we are going to say no to MPP and NDC. It didn't last because there was no cost. They just had to sit in their room and use Twitter, and it died out in that particular regard. The reason why the Jolobi protest got the height it got to is because there was a cost of going out to protest. The police came at you. They put people in jail in that particular regard. And that's when the international community and writers started writing about it, that the state is being treated, that the state is treating its people poorly. And so BBC, Al Jazeera came in and took the photo of the iconic boy who was standing in front of the police that were being sent to get him. Why do we get this on our side? Because if you decide not to vote as a method of protest, it comes at a cost. They are going to come for you. They are going to put you into jail. They are going to do all that they were doing to the Jolobi people because it's a mandatory action and you have to vote. What does that mean? It means that we call the government out for treating us poorly when we want to protest, and because it comes at a cost now in that particular regard. Because of the cost, which is the punishment that comes with mandatory voting, means that you are able to heighten like the loudness of protest. You are able to see more of Occupy Jolobi protests when the government is messing up in that particular regard. But the reason why this is even bigger, because insofar as other people are able to sense that the protest will catch fire, that if we do this, it will work, they would join in. Example, Jolobi protest, the first day was slow, but at the point where the cost came increasing higher and people started talking about it, more people joined. And that's how come the protest was successful in that particular regard. If you want a world where people are able to protest with their rights, then it needs to come at the cost of not voting in that particular regard. And when you vote, if you don't vote, they put you to jail. You call BBC to come in to help you in that particular regard. The second extension is on how we make politicians share the spoils with everyone. The problem is this. There are only two big parties, MPP, NDC. These people have the largest structure, they have the largest campaign financing, and they reach out to people. In a world where it is not mandatory to vote, it means that the people who are coming to vote are very few, and because they can choose not vote or not. But in a world where it is mandatory, few people would go and vote. I mean, some people would go and vote just because it is mandatory, and when they do it, they fear that they are going to be punished in that particular regard, which means more people are incentivized to vote in that particular regard. Because, for example, Mina is probably going to fear that, if she doesn't go and vote when she has the opportunity, she's going to be sent to jail and she'll not be able to probably go out and then do her business as she does. So because of that, some people are going to vote. What this means is that you increase the people that are going to vote naturally. The reason why this becomes beneficial is that in the status quo, when it is optional, what happens is that the MPP and NDC just have to focus on Ashanti region, where they can use their tactics to co-opt more people to come and vote. They just have to focus on the northern region and certain parts of Ghana where they can get the most votes in that particular instance. On our side, we force them to go to the villages. We force them to go to places where ordinarily they wouldn't have thought about it, because their votes would also count, and those particular people are going to vote. So this is the thing. If they are coming to Kumasi to build roads because they want votes, they will also go there and build roads because those people have to come out to vote, and those people are afraid that those people are afraid that they are going to be punished by the restrictions, and so they are going to vote. Means that even in a world where we all don't believe that Ghana has hope, the little things that these particular politicians are doing for their constituencies, getting to election periods, giving them ambulances, giving them aid, giving them good roads close to elections. We share it across board. Everybody gets some. The villages are getting some. Ashanti region are getting some. Ashanti people in the Ashanti region are also getting some. Why is that particularly important? As opposed to these guys that say we are going to transform Ghana, we show you why even on the interim, people are going to get the little things that they deserve as citizens in that particular regard. And that's more important because for all these guys say, you contribute to the state and the state should contribute to you. We show you why these particular people are going to get that contribution. Yes.
The boy's picture was photoshopped. People were covered by BBC because they were not allowed to exercise your right. On your side, people in jail are people who broke the law. Why will BBC cry for you when you are breaking your law and disrespecting state constitution?
That is because the narrative is that we want to be punished because we are using it as a form of a protest in that particular regard. Because of the narrative we sell that we are protesting and comes with it, we are going to get all of these things. But the point is that the fact that the boy's photo was photoshopped did not rid it of the impact it caused and the sensationalization that we get. We want more Photoshop of boys facing the police because their parents refused not to vote, and the police came to their homes and dragged their mothers and fathers and took them to jail. Let Photoshop more of these things. We are going to get better impacts for our side. Now, why do we beat these particular guys? Notice that our impacts are very simple. Let the politicians go to the villages, give them some of the money, give them some of the good roads. Even if they are tiring, just like the entrance to the village, it's a good thing. These people deserve it in that particular regard. But secondly, when people want to protest against the government, we say, add a cost to it. Let people suffer. Let people use that particular suffering to incentivize international actors to come in and say something for them. That's when you're able to have sustainable protests and make this particular protest big in that particular regard. At the end of the day, the team that wins today's debate is a team that's able to prove to you an impact that the average Ghanaian who is living in a village, who has never been campaigned to, because the MPP would get votes from Ashanti region, we get this particular person 1 cedi for them to buy water to drink. Proud to win this debate.
Thank you so much, government member, for your speech. Would I invite the opposition member to do same for us? Up member, ready when you are.
Hello. First of all, I would like to give all praises and thanks to my Lord and Master Savior Jesus Christ. In Him I move and have my being, and all my years debating. Anytime we are traveling for debates, it's been rough journeys. You can ask Kumo. For the past times we've been coming from voters and things like accidents on the road, etc. But we always make it to come here. Next, I would like to thank a few people. Opana and Pascal. This will be the last year that I would be with them in the debate society because they are living. They've been friends to me through everything. They've always been there. If more than anything, be there. And last but not least, to Opoku Ajiman. He's not only a partner, he's become a trainer in the journey and a brother to me. Opoku, I want us to do WDC. The world must see us. Thank you. Starting in 3, 2, 1. Their hugest case is going to be on the responsibility of people to do things because government forced them. These guys take them out on all the things that they say. This is how we are going to do it better. Inherent in every right into opting into something is the right to opt out of it. It expresses itself in two things. One, it expresses itself in two things. One, the right to associate gives you the right to not associate. What does that mean? Even though religion is good to the state, if people are in religion, they become respectful, they give them morality, etc. Inherent is that is the opting out of people to not enter religion because of their own choices. Two, things like expression. You are allowed to not speak when you do not want to because it might hurt you. Over here, because speaking becomes a good thing, people must be forced to enter that. Why is this very bad? On their slippery slope, if government determines that something is good and must be done, at that point, then everybody must do it. That is why the right to vote includes the right for people to equally not want to buy into that. We defeat their principle by showing how inherently, because of the ability for people to opt into something, it's inherently also contained. Unless they can prove that all rights and responsibilities must mean people must do that, we give you the flaws on why that is not absolute and that must not be done. Three things we do in extension. One, on the legitimacy. Two, on efficiency. And three, beyond votes. First thing, on expression. You cannot force people to express the things they believe in and what they must do. Why? It is for legitimate reasons why people opt to do things or opt not to do. 4 things that we'll be talking about. These guys talk about one. And panel, let's be very circumspect about this. A mandatory thing must be done at all costs. They must show why that religious discrimination is one that is justified because they've run away from that burden. It's an analysis motion. The WDC manual will show you why you must do that. Next thing then, we'll talk about the financial cost. Panel, you guys all sit here because your universities pay 1,000 Ghana cedis for you to enjoy luxuries. You're in beautiful clothes and nice things. The problem is that for that bricklayer on the street, that 12 hours that you'd stand there to go and vote, stand in line for something he doesn't believe it, is active money that goes away. That breadwinner, that must now choose between subsistence for himself and his family, paying school fees, etc., must now come to that juncture where the things of subsistence versus fulfilling other things must be done on that regard. The financial cost for that woman selling in the market and other people whose jobs are not based on salaries, etc., that at the end of the day, they take it like every other person sitting here matters to you. I can assure you that it might not mean anything to you sitting here, but for that poor person who sits somewhere, that 200 cedis is a very tangible thing too. That trading that thing off deeply affects them. They are very vulnerable and must be concerned in today's debate. Two is to talk about the legitimate issues of political ideology. People do not believe in what the parties present. The true things that, because everyone has accepted that it's either NDC or NPP that wins the election at the end of the day, it's a concession in the room. The problem is that people do not allow that, do not want that. Even the other parties that exist are not things that are to their ideologies. I cannot determine what each and every person wants. It's to them. Probably one person wants the introduction of things that Ghanaians do not want. For example, LGBTQ. Which political party currently supports the ideology of such persons? Even though this thing is not allowed by everybody, this is something that is core to that person, even though we all do not agree on this to some extent. Why force that person to enter that? The structural reason is to talk about the emotional issues. Panel. People's brothers lost jobs because of things like hiking of inflation and their monies became useless in their hands. Two, people's families have been witch-hunted by political parties, etc., in how they exist. But four, due to the failure of certain political parties, for example, increase of dialysis costs in Kolebu, things that affect them, makes them not want to vote because emotionally, these are things that are against their very choice and their very being and their very existence. The problem that happens here, and even historical factors on that regard, these guys give you one, we give you four more and show why they are very proximate to the person. One, you put these people in a cognitive dissonance. They do not know whether to do this, it goes against them or not, because probably a higher power doesn't even agree to what they do. But two, you force them to trade off those economic subsistence, what people depend on them for to stand in line to do something they also do not agree with. But fourthly, is the double jeopardy that exists here. One, they offend themselves in not wanting to opt into that, but two, you force them to express something they do not also want to do. You punish guys two ways more. We show you on more mechanistic level on why that is more important and more necessary. The next thing then to talk about is to talk about the negative externalities that happen on that regard. Beyond election, is it just people going to stamp on a white print that, well, we give these things to people? It's our policy assimilation. Whether I agree to the government or not, it might be nice, but people do not eat principles. They get practical outcomes. If the people do not willingly populist that this government is one that works for me and I want assimilation of policies. When they push you to go for NSS, you do not have the idea that this government is against me, that they are working in my regard, promotes government working and reaches out to other things. This is to say, it doesn't only end at that town being, it goes beyond. Why force those people to town? Why forcing people is bad? Everybody wants representation, panel. Let's ask ourselves, is representation good if that representation is forced? Please sit down. Is the representation good if that representation is forced? How does a forced manner of voting look like? It means the average person who has not sat down to make a good choice of whether I sit with this ideology or not goes to vote for one particular person. The problem, this thing is rushed. They do not make an informed choice to form that representation. Even if you are taking legitimacy here, the concept of that representation is one that is flawed, one that is coerced, and people do not want to do on that regard. But during election, it's time that fiscal policies and budgets go up. What does it look like? The cost of registration across the country for all the 12 million people, etc. Two, the cost of voting, which looks like things like printing papers for all those people, things like driving ballot boxes and everyone, securities, the people that will monitor them, the food for all those guys, making sure that the fuel buses, etc., cars, etc., the government sponsoring. It means that it comes to a state where that time there's increase in budget, etc. The problem here is that you must choose either one. Governments having those monies when people do not opt into these things to invest. Even we cannot prove they will do that. But investment into things like austerity policies, things like payment of recurrent things, payment of debt, etc., and fiscal policies that can also benefit the people when they do not want to buy into that. Is that something they can do when they have those monies not taken into voting, the people do not want or not? The last thing, the threat of people not wanting to vote is accountability. When NDC voter-reaching people stand and say you are not doing anything right for us. When they enter power, they will do something right to make sure the people vote for them. There's no reason closing opposition doesn't win this debate. Thank you.
Thank you so much, opposition member, for your speech. We now invite the government to close the cases of the government bench.
So before I start my speech, shout out to every member of the KNUST Debate Society. Yeah, shout out to my lovely wife. She's watching right now. And yeah, so shout out to all debaters who couldn't make it here. And I think my story is quite interesting because last year at camp, I was there for 2 straight weeks. I didn't make the cut, didn't make the list. I had to pack, go home. It was really a sad experience, but yeah, this year, here I am. I'm right here. Don't you ever dare give up on yourself. I think you should keep on working on yourself, and yeah, the doors will open some particular day or some day. All right. Yeah, so in 3, 2, 1. So I think even if necessarily without these three, like why CG like wins exclusively, right? Is the idea of cost attached to your actions. There are 3 layered analysis I'm going to add to that. The most important reason why you, as individuals in this hall, would want to take a personal attempt to reform, to change your attitudes, is because there's always a cost that comes at you not doing a particular action. If they tell you don't steal, when you steal, the cost is you go to prison, you face all of those particular things, you are incapacitated, you can't communicate properly with your family and friends. That cost is the reason why all of us here are not thieves. It means human beings inherently align with the idea of pleasure and pain, like Kojo tells you significantly and very specially on the Gov bench, that once humans know that there's a cost to any particular inability to do a particular action, they are highly inclined to do so because they don't even want pain in the first place. Everybody wants to be really, really happy. They don't want to be at loggerheads with the state because the state has the biggest firepower. They have the police, all what it takes to just to do the right thing. You don't want to be at aversion with the state. That's why Kojo's argument actually really flies and gives you the tipping point why people will take a huge incentive to want to be able to act and actually really vote. This contingency beats literally like every argument about they still won't vote, all of those particular things, right? But why does Kojo actually really win this debate? Kojo tells you, so because it comes at a cost to your life as a citizen, it necessarily means you go and vote. But that also means the high likelihood of you wanting to blame the government for doing really, really bad things is something that then intensifies. Because you, the state, can't say, you are going to punish me for not voting. But when I vote, you'll be doing the wrong things. That is what incentivizes CG's aspect to force people to come onto the roads. Because once you are punishing me, then I should be able to punish you. That's coming onto the roads and protesting against you, calling you out, giving you bad PR in international media, and probably suing you. That incentive is highly, highly intensified on our side. The reason why that beats OG is very, very simple. OG does not give you any practical analysis why people will be incentivized to just come on the road. They just say, it will increase protest. They don't give you any particular analysis or how that can happen, right? It's CG that gives you that particular exclusivity, and that should weigh above them in whatever you discuss in your debate rooms. But let me just do some grounding for why CG still beats like OG, right? The first thing Kojo tells you, that's if you buy the fear analysis and all the impacts and the ability to actually hold the government accountable on that contingency, is the idea of campaign systems, right? Kojo tells you, in status quo, politicians are willing to go to some areas because those areas guarantees them a chunk of the vote to win. But there are areas that they don't really care about because they know these areas, they probably won't come out to vote, they won't vote from ECC. It is Kojo's word that actually really works because now politicians know everybody has to actually really vote, which implies that it is no more contingent on your stronghold anymore. What significant data then happens, there is an introduction of more other numbers that goes beyond your stronghold. If all 30 million Ghanaians are voting, we are certain in CG's world that that any other politician that wants to be president will go to every single particular village to be seen. This gives opportunity to even the very, very poor, less uneducated, to have access to their leaders when they are campaigning and be able to hear practically that message on the ground. This particular participation and significance is what weighs above OG, where they can be able to, where that can actually really happen, right? Because now they can have that particular access. For several years, there are areas where you never find these politicians actually going to. Kojo rolls those particular areas into the fore. That is a significant delta, and that should beat literally anything on the upside, right? The second thing that Kojo tells you is a possibility of like development coming in areas that have been deserted for a very long time. The incentive now for a politician is not to say, let me go to my stronghold, they'll give me 70% of the vote, 80%. The incentive now is, let me go to all these areas. And if possible, let them also share the spoils. Let's give them the monies, etc. Why is that significant? Because a lot of people are actually very, very poor on the ground in these rural areas. If campaign time is a time they rape, there's a significant impact on them. So even opting out doesn't become meaningful in any particular way. But the second thing is the reason why opt-out doesn't become meaningful in this guy's world when our world actually really applies is because if there's a possibility of a politician like encouraged to give you facilities like road or even a single borehole to a community that lacks the ability to access water, we think that is more meaningful than your opt-out. Like that shouldn't actually really fly for you in this debate. These two significant deltas is why we beat OG in that particular regard, right? But first, let me deal with the POI from O.
CG's case is just like ours. Voting is a form of protest and draws attention to bad system. On their side, states will still buy votes and do tokenistic things. They do it in status quo. CO's case is just ours, just that their impact is once in every 4 years. People lose money. That's not a good over analysis.
This is the exclusive thing that happens. You now know that the fact that your vote is contingent on facing an outcome and being punished for not actually really voting, we think it's likely to re-engineer your mind. Even if a politician gives you $1,000, you're highly likely to do the better choice because now you are incentivized, you are heightened in Kojo's world, and you want to know more about issues happening because now your existence and ability to find a meaningful life is one that is tied to voting because you go to jail for not voting. We don't think that ability of vote buying to happen is highly likely in our world. Even if it's likely, it's very, very less because people are now on tenterhooks, and that vote is a defense for their own safety. That includes voting the right people. The best approximation is what actually really you should prioritize in this debate. Why is CEO, like, why do we beat like CEO, right? CEO says the government is bad, so don't vote. Yeah? That's literally their case. The second thing, allow people to opt out. Every particular decision that the citizen takes, like every particular right the state gives to you, you have an opt-out. There's a right to life. You can decide to opt out of it, but the state will punish you. It's why you protect your life at all times and you won't commit suicide. There is a right to expressionism. You can decide to opt, right to sane expressionism. You can decide to opt out of it and go about doing hate speech. The state will punish you. So there's opt out. What happens is which world's opt out is more meaningful. In their world, when you opt out, there's no any punishment, it's not meaningful, it doesn't reform you in any particular way. It doesn't push you to really care about future things that will actually really harm the state, etc. In our world, exclusively, we establish that particular incentive. That's what really beats like all the up bench, etc. Right? But see, if we make COVID vaccines compulsory, it doesn't make sense for you to say we should allow pregnant women and kids who have poor immune systems or health, like possible health hazard that can happen to them. That exception can exist. There are meaningful exceptions. Secondly, you can't say nurses and doctors shouldn't go to hospital because there's a compulsory lockdown. Those arguments shouldn't really work for you in this debate. We win this debate on a simple case, right?
Thank you so
the
much.
The ability to establish fear and why you act on it and reform your individual self and get change. We are proud to win this particular finals.
Thank you so much, Gafwe, for closing the cases of the government bench. We now invite the Chief Whip to close the debate for us.
So, yeah, I calculated, and everybody, apart from my senior artists who use averagely 2 minutes to give a shout out, so I also use 2 minutes for equity's sake. Yeah. So, this is the first time I'm dedicating a speech, 5 groups of people. 1, those who held our hands and continue to do so. People like Bannerman, who was my first trainer, Andy, Prosper, Erasmus, JJ Aktapa, Clinton, Benchok, assistant trainer to Bannerman, Raphael, and all others, 3 of whom are in this final, Opana, Atisu, and Ferguson, who taught me IR when I was a novice in that regard. Also, and many others, we wouldn't be here without you. Secondly, this speech is dedicated to those who allowed us to hold their hands and have looked up to me. The smile and trust in your eyes always push me to do better. The world has not seen your greatness yet. They should watch out for all of you. Thirdly, those who have surprisingly showed us love when we did not deserve it from them and expressed their hope in us when we were down. So people from other institutions like Aisha, who supported me and W throughout the PADC period, people like Lindsay Bonsu from UG, even though you know the tension between our institution, Griffiths Jeffrey from INE, and all other institutions in that regard. Then to W, my partner, amidst all the shades, micromanaging, lost finals, tears, no breaks, my blunt and sharp tongue, I can insult him rough. Even I insulted him over here. Military training, which his father has not even been able to give to him in that regard, forcing him to stay through vacation, going on jogging in the mornings and all those stuff, surviving through all of those things. I thank you in that regard. Probably I'll consider joining you for WEDC if you win this one. Then finally, to Miss Joanna Elona Mensah. Cheers to a friendship forged and sealed over tears and calipo. Thank you very much. So, starting in 3, 2, 1. So, it is said by our Lord and Master Savior Jesus Christ in the Bible that the law was made for man and not man for the law. In today's debate, the law is being not made for man. They are making man for the law and you must worship it. We believe that that should not be so. The law must be to our benefit in that regard. Let me start from CG because on this bench, let's be fair, their case is more robust, not because of institutional agenda. First, they say they will heighten protests, and their mechanism is that when people waste and involve a lot of cost in voting, what happens is that they will go on protests. Realize if you have incurred a cost by standing in the scorching sun, not earning enough money to waste that time to go and vote, why would you waste another 12 hours to go on a protest? Meaning you are causing double loss. You lost 12 hours of making money during elections. You're not going to waste another 12 hours when the government has already disappointed you and you don't believe they'll do anything to you. That's a better response than openness POI. But the next thing is that it is not exclusive. If people are really paying by the mismanagement, it doesn't matter whether they voted or not, they will go and protest in that regard. Some of the people who went to protest to the Occupy Jilobi, some never protested. Some are not even Ghanaians who are allowed to vote. Some are dual citizens in that regard. The next thing is the hierarchy of costs. People always calculate. It's not like people didn't want to go out to protest. People didn't feel the need and all those stuff. But people calculate the cost. Sometimes the positions that people are in does not make them willing to go out to protest. Sometimes going out to protest may mean losing your life. When you have children and wives at home, you will not go on that protest irrespective of whether you voted or not, because it will not be worth it for you to die and leave that vulnerable child at home. The next thing then is about jobs. As the law tells you, people have lives, they will not sacrifice it to go and protest, especially when you have not assured them that that protest will lead to any success, especially when no protest in Ghanaian history has led to success. That is what is creating the apathy about protest, and not because people do not want to go out to protest. But you have to show and all those stuff. But the next thing is that the law tells you is that you create an accountability fatigue. At the point where they are going on protest and protest, they are voting in that regard. What will push them to go to protest again when they don't think they'll get anything out of it? So their first case on protest is out. That you can't buy them and make them win on that. The next reason why you may want to give them the win is on neglect of people in the hinterlands. But realize, first, that is false. You see Baumia's pictures in the northern part of Ghana. You see Nanado and Asiedun Ketia plating here in the hinterlands and Volta region of Ghana. You see them, I don't know the action, if it's driving Banku. For the layman or whatever, they go to those far extents because they want people to vote for them in that regard. The thing is that, see, you say you want them to share the spoils, but realize the goodies that they usually give to those people in the hinterlands, you want them to spread the money. It's usually to motivate people to go and vote. At the point where you are making everybody mandated to vote, they don't need to motivate them to go and vote by giving them money. So the very mechanism by which they give people money, you now take it away. Because every 4 years, the politician will come and convince me to want to go out to vote by giving me some few goodies. Now, when he knows that I'll go and vote, and I'm in the voter region, and I'll still vote for him regardless because he's from the NDC party, he will not come and share that little he gives to me every 4 years. He takes that away in that regard. But if the politician is not going in status quo, you want to buy their truth, it's probably because of logistics. You can't traverse the whole of Ghana in that regard. So that will not change in their world. Their two major extensions are out. There's no way they win in that regard. Now, let me come to this opening government in that regard. Their major case is on legitimacy, the constitution, and civic duties, and all those stuff. We have 4 responses to that from our case strenuously. 1, we prove how by that same constitution, which they rely on as forcing us to vote, that same constitution also gives us the right of freedom of expression. And Dovlo has shown you how the freedom of expression equals the freedom not to express yourself. Same thing with freedom of association. The freedom of association equally translates into the freedom not to associate with a group or whatever. What you do in these people's world is that they flout the constitution by trying to assuage one constitutional right by forcing people to express themselves as to a particular party when they may not want to express themselves as to that party or associate themselves with another party. The next thing is that we say that sometimes abstention from voting is equally a statement. It's a statement that I don't want either of the options you are presenting to me, and that is a freedom of expression that the Constitution itself guarantees. The same Constitution they want us to respect says that we should allow people to express themselves however they want, and abstention is a form of expression. The next thing, don't worry. The next thing is that the vote tells you that there are legitimate reasons why people do not want to vote. Or gives you one on religion in that regard. First, we give you more than that and broaden it out of scope. See, we tell you how economically, and he rubbishes in his last POI, Opana rubbishes in the last POI, that we are just expanding impact. But that impact is something that is very important. See, that 12 hours the mason will get to make money. You make him waste it in a long line scorching sun because now everybody is voting, and means that the next day what you eat in the morning is in jeopardy in that regard. But the are lost are also important. That is very important. But also ideologically, you create cognitive dissonance people. When he was going for KDS president, I didn't vote for him. I campaigned against him. For people like me who believe in not voting as a principled moral right. You force me to go and vote, and you hurt my soul, you hurt my agency and my dignity in that regard. These are people we care about.
Okay, so there are short-term reasons and issues as to why people shouldn't vote, like going to stand in the sun. This inaction brings them more harm because these political parties will rule them. But then secondly, politicians give incentives. It is not state, so you should engage on that level on the harms.
The politician will still rule you in your world. I think that's enough response in that regard. But next thing is the intuition pump on legitimacy that Dovlo gives to you. He says that, see, I believe some of you are Christians. You believe that everybody must be saved. That's why you go on evangelism. Because you believe everybody must be saved, when you get a chance as a government, will you force everybody to convert? No. And it is because of that belief that even things that are good should be opted in willingly. That basic principle of humanity is something that we flout. The next thing is on efficiency. The law tells you there are two things that are likely to happen. First is that people will still vote for those two bad options, leading to the continuation of the same bad system. But two, out of anger, they may spoil their votes because because they don't want to vote for any of those options. The next clash, which is the most important clash that we win, is on accountability. As against our opening. Why do we beat them on accountability? Because they, at best, clear these people's arguments on accountability. 3 seconds. What we do is to show how we achieve accountability in our world. The threat from votarians that they will not vote is what will make NDC do something for them. The threat from Ashanti region that they will not vote is what makes MPP build roads from them. We achieve accountability better by abstention and not voting.
Thank you so much, Chief Way, for closing the debate for us.
Hi guys, so we're going to have the public speaking finals very quickly, then immediately after we'll hold the novice finals.
Okay, so those who are in the public speaking finals, you've already been called. I'll go over the list very quickly one more time. So we have Hanif Mohamed Sani, Ali Ahuda, Sakib, Henry Fojo, Jifianu Afi, Edo Toga, Emanuela Jima, Kelvin Asamoah Damte, Chris Foley, Luther, Anastasia Nkrumah, and Chidera Mujeke. Please, finalists, be seated in front here on my left side. All finalists. I don't. But there is a panel member among the panel member and we have to reduce our panel. Mahadi,
All the finalists who had their phones confiscated, please come to the front. They are right here with Franco Oseusu, Tanoso Obama.
Okay, so judging the finals. Judging the finals. We have Fifi being the finals on the final panel. Umu, you'll be on the final panel. Victor Duty on the final panel. Nathaniel. Is Nathaniel here? Nathaniel. Okay. Because Mina is absent, Joseph will be replacing Mina on the panel. Sanaki, yes. Brad will be on the panel, and Jeffrey finally on the panel. Great. Public speaking finalists, please, I've asked you to be seated in front on my left. Hanif, Chris, Luther, Henry. If you are not here in the next 2 minutes, we replace you with the next people that broke after the number 5 in each rooms. Luther and Henry. Opana, Luther and Henry. Okay, so rules of engagement in the finals. Why am I saying rules of engagement? Anyways, in the finals, judges, please do note, you are judging with the metric of the 40, 30, 30. 40 for content, 30 for creativity, and 30 for delivery. There is not going to be any allocation for time. You are given a whopping 5 minutes to deliver a speech in this final, which means we are expecting you to use it judiciously to that effect. Again, the final will have a video. The video will be displayed for you guys to watch it. The video isn't the finals. The video sets the pace for the finals. So we don't want you crafting speeches around the video. You could take any general meaning from the video and craft your speech out of it. So it's going to be a prepared speech, but then as and when you come in, we'll give you an instruction as to what you are going to do in that speech. I hope you guys get it. Let me go over it. There is a general theme for the finals. If we disclose that theme to you, it's on the wrong side of the one that picks the number 1, because all of you get to prep on that particular general theme. So we are not going to disclose the general theme. And all of you wouldn't be here. If number 1 is speaking, all of you will be quarantined. As and when you come in, that general theme will be made known to you. Yes. So that, come again. The video. The video doesn't have a theme. That's the idea. The video is just to get the crowd going, but the theme is there. I hope you guys get the idea. Yeah. So it gives the crowd a sense of how the final is going to be like, and you speakers, how you craft your speeches. I hope you guys get it. But as and when you come in, the theme will be made known to you. To that effect, none of you are going to go into quarantine with your phones. You all leave your phones here and you'll be in quarantine so that nobody leaks the theme for the final to you or the instruction being needed for you to execute in the final. We want to have a fair final in there. Mahadi is preparing the ballot. You ballot from number 1 to 10 so that we have your speech order. But before you guys come to ballot, we'll have the video being shown to you.
So all the judges, Fifi, Sanaki, Victor, Nathaniel, Jeffrey, please line up on the front seats. Brad. Umu. All right, so Fifi will be the chair for the final. Opener, balloting is about to start, so. The speeches will be delivered by the speakers in this particular order. Elajima will be the first speaker. Chidera will be the second speaker. Kelvin Asamoah Dante will be the third speaker. Chris Foley, number 4. Anastasia will be number 5. Then Alia comes in 6th. Luther will be the 7th speaker. Henry comes in 8th. Afiji Fiano will be the 9th speaker. And Hanif will end the show. All right, so in display will be the finals video.
Great, so that's all for the video for the finals. No sound, nothing, just that. The video for the finals. So speakers, that imprint is in your head. Audience, you've had the imprint of the video of the finals. I like the way all of you are questioning, yeah. So now it's a challenge for our speakers to derive meaning. And I'm going to brief the judges about how this round is going to be like. I've already said here to you speakers, the video is not what you are talking about in this final. When you come in, we'll give you a theme. That theme is what you're going to speak about. At this juncture, all speakers, kindly leave your mobile devices here. Or better still on that table, right there. So there are supposed to be 10 mobile devices there. Okay, so Mahadi will lead aside speaker number 1 who stays. Mahadi will lead the rest of you to the place where we continue, and you'll be there, and you'll be called in as at when your turn gets to you. It's in your bag. If you want to spread across, I think when you spread across, it gives a better centerpiece to things. So some of you should come to the side. You get it? Yes, please come. Come and stand next to me, right here. So the instruction for the final is you are ending your speech with the wise must speak up. You are ending the speech with the wise must speak up. That's it. Prep time, please.
I'm convinced my life is a movie. I don't know the director, I don't know the writer, but I know it's a comedy. Not those cute rom-coms you watch during Christmas, no. My life is a literal joke. But I think the joke that my life is, I've had a few very favorite scenes. So I'm going to tell you my top 4. Yeah, let's do 4. First one, I'm out with my friends, the best friends, and we're drinking. And I mean, we're not drinking like Shandy or Smirnoff. I mean, we're drinking vodka that is illegal in 27 states. You know, the kind of vodka that burns when it's going down. That makes you think that you are destroying things. That's what we're drinking, you know. And we're having fun and we're cheering. Then this one friend walks in and he's so angry at us. And he's complaining and we're all lost because we're like, guy, what's your issue? Then he says, no, you can't keep doing this. You can't keep taking decisions that are going to destroy your life. You know, you have to be more responsible. And we keep asking him, why? Then he says, because the wise must speak up. And I'm the wisest friend, so I'm going to say something. Boring friend. Never spoke to him after that. He's just the joy kill. Another scene. We're having a family meeting, and my mom is so angry. Because apparently, my grandfather left land, and somehow, my grandfather's cousin's auntie's daughter thinks that land is hers. So she's pissed. And she says, no, she's going to take her to court because you can't take my grandfather's land. My grandfather did not suffer for you. And she's complaining and she's complaining. And I don't understand, though. The land is not for you either. But my mom is one of those people that thinks that everything that is right has to be done. So she's complaining and my little sister asks her, Mommy, are you not tired? Then she says, no. If the wise don't speak up in this country, who is going to do it? The wise must speak up. At the end of the day, the girl got the land because let's be honest, you, this woman, you were not even coming for family meetings. Now you suddenly want land because the man is dead. The next scene, and this one is probably one of my favorite because we go to church and this man, our pastor is preaching, but there's an issue. We need to contribute to fix the roofing of the church. then everybody gets angry. And we're all wondering, why? He's just asking you to give offering. You know, and there's this particular woman who is always at church, who's always giving offering, who's probably one of my favorite people in that church, honestly. She gets up and she starts ranting. And she rants and rants and rants for 5 minutes straight about how the church is not being fair and about how the pastor is not spending the church's money wisely. And everybody in the church is surprised because you're just supposed to give money. If you won't give, just don't give. Nobody's forcing you, you know. But then she says something. And that's a sentence that I think I kept hearing throughout my entire life. That the wise must speak up. That if the wise don't speak up, something will happen. And if we don't speak up, who are we going to ask to do the work for us? Then the very last scene. But this wasn't funny, no. This was sad and heartbreaking and heart-wrenching all at once. This was 2 occasions. When EndSARS happened and when the Julobicon protest happened. Those were 2 very strong instances where I felt like my life was literally coming to an end. Not because I was at the protest, not because I was at the Lekki toll gate, but because I felt like everything that we have fought for so far was coming crashing down. That everything that we had gained as a nation, as an African continent, came crashing down. It was at that instance that I felt like there was no hope, that the youth were being too quiet, that no matter how much we fought, the barriers were too strong, that we were not going to be able to break them down, that our fathers had won the battle that they decided to fight for, that Nkrumah was rolling in his grave. It was that at that point that I felt like Pan-Africanism was just a sham and that there was nothing that could be done about it. So do you know what I did? I sat in my house. I didn't even tweet. I didn't post. I didn't do anything. And when people were posting and ranting, I said, but what can we do? And I think that's the question we keep asking ourselves. What can we do? So we decide to sit and do nothing. You can do something. You sitting there and not doing anything is not going to solve the problem. You need to stand up. Because if you say you are the next generation, if you say that the world is yours, you need to stand up and you fight for it. Because until we fight, until we speak up, until we say something, we are going to lose. But we can't afford that. We can't let them win. Because Nkrumah did not lose that battle for us. Nkrumah did not win that battle for us to lose. Mahatma Gandhi did not fight for us to lose. Harriet Tubman did not die for me to lose. So, the wise must speak up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel Ajima. The next speaker will be Chidera. He joins me on stage. The theme for the public speaking final of GDC 2023 is The Wise Must Speak Up. 1 minute prep time starts already. clap at the 3rd minute and the 4th minute.
5th.
This is
Okay. I am a wanderer, world observer, information warrior C 2.0 is what they call me. Elisha, Andrew Teko, where are you? I guess you can relate. But in Ghanaian terms, they will call me Kwame Nkrumah. In Nigerian terms, they will call me the wisdom man. Do you know what's scary? The information I have, it may be my end soon. No, it won't be my end soon. My end will be my inability to speak, to tell the world what I see, the strife, the suffering, the constant battle of ego among our politicians. I have seen it in Nigeria, and I came to Ghana, and I see the same thing. Is it something that is general all over Africa, or is it us Africans that are damning ourselves? My Nigerian brothers, your pockets are draining, no employment. You're crying. My Nigerian brothers, nah, the world is scary for you. I ran away. They call it Japa. And now the world is scary in Ghana too. What are we doing to ourselves, Africans? What exactly are we doing to ourselves? The pressure is getting worse. The pressure is getting worse. Just as the Naira is getting lesser and lesser. And we all just keep quiet and watch. Ghanaians, is this your wake-up call to get off your seats and do something about it? Or do you want to be caught off guard again? And when you find out that cocoa is now 5 cedis, you will scream, huh? It's not funny, hey. It's not. Ghanaians, I don't think I can say too much. I shouldn't say too much, because this is not the time to talk about what politics can do to you. My mom was in the politics. I was in the politics. Watching the politics politicize me. But that is not what is destructive of all this. What is destructive is the fact that I stayed and watched her embezzle funds, take all of the country's money, and I disappeared. Right there at the court, she stood and she shouted, "Chidera, speak up! Chidera, speak up!" In my mind, I said, "Mom, if I speak up, you'd be damned." So I shut up and took her away. That's not what's more bad about Africa. That's not what's more bad about us Africans. What's more terrible is our inherent nature to overlook things that are actually very important to us. We say, it's fine, it's fine. The next president will do it better. The next government will do it better. Let's keep voting, guys. Come on, let's keep voting. Let's keep going. MPP, nationals, let's go. Yeah, yeah. We support the bullshit that they keep doing to us. We don't speak up. They gave you free SHS. They told you that's what's going to elevate you from your poverty. They take from IMF and then tell you, no, we are doing it for your safety and for your progress. Ghanaians, my Ghanaian brothers, your pocket is draining, oh. It's drowning. Like, how are you guys still there and you're doing nothing about it? This is not a joke. Do you remember when you go to school and you stand in your assembly ground and they tell you to sing your national anthem and then you shout? I do not know the Ghanaian national anthem, but I can proudly sing my Nigerian anthem. They tell me, sing Chidera, and I sing, "Arise, O compatriot, Nigeria's call obey, to serve our father's land." Hey, to serve. Who is to serve? The citizens, eh? Serving the leaders, while the leaders keep looting. It's not funny, guys. It's not. This is not a speech for social justice. This is a wake-up call for you Ghanaians, because this is inherently what you should do to change your society.
what should you do to change this society? You should speak. And when I realized this, was when I watched my mom go to that prison, and I just couldn't say anything about it. I couldn't tell the whole world that there are other politicians, there are other officials who have damned our citizens as well. Not just my mom. Nah, I couldn't. But guys, it's not funny. It's not a joke. But we keep laughing about it on social media. We keep joking about it. The wise must speak, guys, because it's not funny anymore. Thank you.
Chidera, Kelvin Asamoah Damte is next, alias Opana. Big rounds of applause as we welcome Kelvin Asamoah Damte. Kelvin Asamoah Damte, the team for GDC 2023 Public Speaking Final is The Wise Must Speak Up. Your prep time starts now. You have 5 minutes to deliver your speech.
Three, two, one. We've been slaves once. We've been slaves twice. We've been slaves 3 times. Most importantly, we've been slaves to religion. The book of Proverbs gives you a very tough paradox, and I've experienced it at various points in my life. Because it says, do not argue with a fool, lest you become like him. I go a few steps and it says again, do not argue with a fool, and he will go away thinking he was right. The wise, for a long time, have not argued with the fools. And guess what? They walk away daily thinking they were right. As someone who has experienced a lot of racism because of things that my friends hear in the media, because of things that politicians say, that a politician could say, that the roads whose deplorable state can be fixed so pregnant women get to hospitals on time do not matter because of a card. When politicians say that their dead brothers have been able to find a way to use Swift Bank from Asamado to transfer money to Prudential Bank, the wise for once must speak up. You see, the problem is, for a long time, we have not thrown away our attachment to the past, even the good parts of the past. So, for example, we still have the Big Six. Only the Big Six sent us back to slavery. Gabriel Tredako, Ken Oforiatta, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, Akufo-Addo, Dr. Ernest Dankwa, and Kojo Oppong Nkrumah. We are becoming slaves again. How? In both instances, we are seeing what is happening when you give power to men. Wicked, old, tired, bald men. But there's a very big problem. Because the wise people like me, who have chosen not to speak up, fly away from this country so the Westerners would see us in a different light. But what do? They see us the same fools that rule us. They give us menial jobs. They let university graduates that could build systems clean their latrines. And that's why their latrines are far cleaner. Because the smartest minds from Africa clean the white latrines. You could imagine the precision of someone who did mechanical engineering, mopping across all these floors, making sure that every measurement of the tile is spotless and untouched. They do not speak up. All they do is work and work. That work makes the white man better. As you can see, I'm here with my laptop and my bag. Myself, I'm on my way out. Not because I don't like Ghana, but because the whites must speak up. How will I speak up? How will you get to speak up? It's not that hard. I'm going to set up the same mechanism that has been used by Young Dawn and Trini Jonas, i.e., going to the land of riches and talking about my people struggling in Ghana. Why is it good to speak up as wise people? One, if you leave this country and you speak up, people in this country would respect you more. Why? Because they see that those outside the country have a better life. That packaging of being wise just because you are not living among fools is very priceless. You could imagine the joy Ajwa Safo felt driving in her V8 Corvette and telling the people in Ghana that she's enjoying life and she's going through a lot. You drive a V8 Corvette. You have a private jet, but you go through a lot. But the people dying on the floors of our hospitals are not going through a lot. And that is true, because you will die soon and you will feel nothing. We cannot keep this act up. Get out of this country and speak up. The wise must speak up.
Thank you very much, Opana. Chris Foley is the next speaker. joins us. Chris, the theme of which your speech must end with for this final is the wise must speak up. Join me on stage as you have 1 minute prep.
So I'm starting in 3, 2, 1. The workers and staff of Angel Man Gold Company Limited were greeted with an unpleasant sight when they arrived at work this morning. Lying at the car park, dead in the pool of his own blood, was Mr. Danso, the CEO of the company. His blood splashed and jumped onto the wall for safety, and atmosphere was tense, and everyone begged answer to the question, who killed Mr. Danso? My name is Chris Jacob Foley, a first-class business administration student, currently unemployed, but most importantly, I am an orphan. I grew up in what I believed was a happy home. Oh, my mom was a happy person. My dad was a happy person. But today marks exactly 10 years since my mom was laid to rest in an unprepared grave. Standing over by her grave, supervising her burial, was her murderer, my very own father. My mom was cheated on the very night of her wedding. She wanted to back out of the marriage, but she was told, oh, keep quiet, lest you destroy the marriage and tarnish the image of our family. So she kept quiet, and it happened again and again and again. Exactly 10 years ago, on 25th of October 2013, she walked in on my father having an affair with her very own sister on their matrimonial bed. And that she rushed to her room, took large doses of an unknown pill, and died. She was killed not by the pill. She was killed by many years of silence. She was killed by many years of injustices. She was killed by her inability to speak up. Silence, they say, is golden. But when my mom kept silent, she lost her life, and I lost my gold. My dad killed my mom. My dad had similarities with Mr. Danso. Both of them were abusive, both of them were corrupt, both of them were cheats. Everyone at the workplace knew Mr. Danso was corrupt. But we all kept quiet because we wanted to save our jobs. But about a week ago, I and a few of my colleagues said enough was enough. So we stormed his office and demanded for better wages of living, for better payments. 2 days later, all of us were fired. That was how I lost my job. Last night, while no one was walking, I walked into Mr. Danso's office, pointed the gun at him. And before I pulled the trigger, I thought about my mom and the many years of injustices she suffered. I thought about the many colleague workers of mine who have been robbed and cheated. I thought, most importantly, about you, and millions of Ghanaians who are being robbed by people like Mr. Danso and more. I thought about you, and I decided that you deserved better. So I pulled the trigger on him, shattered his brain, and unremorsefully walked out of the building. Ladies and gentlemen, they said silence is golden, but when my mom kept silent, she lost her life. They said the wise must speak up. When I and my colleagues spoke up, we lost our jobs. So I want to charge you, you youth from the sweltering heat of the north. I want to charge you, you youth from the rain-washed south coast. All you youth in the garden city of the Ashanti region. I want to charge you all to not just speak up. For when you speak up, the voices, the ears of the people you are speaking to are clogged for too much eating of the nation's cake. They will not hear you. Do not be silent, for then they will trample on you and walk on you like mud. I want to charge you, youth of Ghana, to take action. For action is the only language the leaders understand. If you keep on speaking up, they will not mind you. If you keep on being silent, they will step on you. So tomorrow, as I'm speaking, the police are on their way. By this time tomorrow, I'll be sweltering in the prison of Insawam. But I will not be the only one in prison. You all will be in prison with me, locked up in the prison of corruption, the prison of hatred, the prison of greed. I urge you to rise above the sentiments that you must speak up. The wise must speak up is a fiction. Let the youth rise and not just say the wise must speak up.
Thank you very much, Chris Foley. The wise must speak up. The next speaker will be Anastasia. A round of applause for her as she joins us on stage. Anas, join me on stage. The theme for this year public speaking finals is the wise must speak up. You are required to end your speech with the wise must speak up. You have a minute of prep time. It starts now.
Okay. So I'd like you to clap after the 3rd minute, and then after the 4th minute you clap once, and after the 5th minute you clap twice. But before I start my speech, I don't think we do this with public speaking, but I'd like to do this. I'd like to give a shout out to my society. You guys mean so much to me. I love you guys so much. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to serve you. One, 2, 3, push! You can do this. You can do this. Don't worry. Let's go one more time. 1, 2, 3, push! There and then, we heard our little baby, our little Toyota car cry. It was finally able to spark. That moment, I saw that I, a 5-year-old girl, had been able to push that car for it to go, for it to be able to start. I mean, I saw my father take me home, carry me on his shoulders, and tell everyone that that is my little girl, and she was able to push that car. Even though there were big men, bigger men, stronger men pushing that car, my father made me believe that I was the most important person there, and I was the one who did it. That is chapter 1 of the story of how I was lied to, gaslighted, and manipulated. Second chapter. Let me tell you an interesting story about senior high school. We all went there, right? I mean, we all heard the stories of the goats that could talk. Was that goat in your school? That goat was also in my school. Wow! That is very interesting. We also all heard of the story of that woman who would come to you when you are mining at 12 a.m. and talk to you. I also heard that story too. You know, we thought it was not true, but then every senior in that school made us feel like it was. So who are you to lie? Oh, who are you to say that they are lying? Nobody. But you know what? I believed it too. That is the second chapter of the story of how I was gaslighted and made to believe things that are not true. But thirdly, let's talk about this interesting thing. I don't know how many washrooms you had in your school, but in my school, it was not a lot. So when you hear the bell go, 1, 2, 3, you hear people running to their rooms. It wasn't to go and sleep because of siesta, no. It wasn't to go and get prepared for prep, no. It was because of the shank run. If you don't get there in time and someone gets there before you, you are so done for. You will not get anywhere to do your business. I mean, it was so important at that time because if you don't do it at the house, you wouldn't like what was done at the block. This is not important because of the run. It is because of the fact that in the end, all our house mistresses made us feel like it was our fault that we didn't have enough washrooms. Like, you people don't clean it well, you don't use it properly. We all know that there is someone who is in charge of this, right? Someone who should be able to build us enough washrooms. But no, gaslighting us into believing that we are the ones who did it. What is the point of this? I mean, I have been lied to by a whole school. I have been lied to by a group of people. I have been gaslighted by men. I mean, why are men men? I have been gaslighted by all these people. Yes, especially my ex, who gaslighted me every single time he got the chance. I mean, he would always come back and have an excuse about how he forgot to call, have an excuse about how he forgot to not cheat on me. I mean, do you all remember that story? That is all true. But you know what? I have never been lied to and gaslighted by a whole continent. It has never happened before until now. Until what we are seeing and what we are seeing happen every single day. I mean, they tell us that, oh, we are helping you. We are giving you loans. We are helping you do something better with your life. But seriously, they are not. I mean, they tell you that, oh, we are allowing you, we are giving you opportunities that you come back and get trapped in. I have never been told that, oh, you can do it, but then there are structures put in place so you cannot. In the end, do you know what we have to do? We also have to create our narrative. Maybe we are all not able to talk about it, but the wise among us must stand up and speak against this gaslighting because it is not true. We are not able to do anything. We don't have the opportunities. They are lying to us. It is not true. In the end, the ones who are here, the ones who have the knowledge, should speak on behalf of the women in the village, should speak on behalf of the people who don't have the ability to speak, of that girl that is going to school but then is being drawn out to get married, of that particular young person who has to go to the farm and not go to school. In the end, the wise must speak.
Thank you very much, Anastasia. The next speaker will be Alia. A round of applause as Alia joins us on stage. Welcome, Alia. The theme for this final is "The wise must speak." You are supposed to end your speech with "The wise must speak." Prep time, and it's
please remind me in my 3rd minute and then in my 4th minute. I begin in 3, 2, 1. Men bleed from far and wide. Women flee, nowhere to hide. Bloodshed everywhere in sight, but the men in power just stand there and sigh. Next time we'll do better, that's all they imply. They think that they are protecting us, but they're all just lies. Vote, vote, vote for us! Pretending they care, pretending they're trying. We're all just pawns on the chessboard that they have designed. While they scheme and plan, we all just die. We follow them blindly like a newly wedded wife, but when we burn in the flames that they have ignited, then we realize that they have all just lied. They are all just lied. We want to speak up, but the wise, they say, only speak up when it's the right time. This is a speech I wrote when I was in class 6 on the National Independence Day. I know I'm a Pakistani, but I identify as a Pakistani Ghanaian. Maybe a Pakistani on papers, but I'm a Ghanaian at heart. Basically, that's it, right? But they told me that I can't recite this poem on the PTA meeting because it's too controversial. They were like, who are you even? Are you even Ghanaian enough? Or Brony coming to teach us gospel when she doesn't even know the gospel? It might sound funny, but it's not funny. The pain I felt at that time and the pain I feel right now is that none of you can fathom it. Because every day they made me recite, I promised all my honor to be faithful and loyal to Ghana, my motherland. I pledge myself to the service of Ghana with all my strength and with all my heart. I promise to hold in high esteem our heritage won for us through the blood and toil of our fathers. I pledge myself in all things to uphold and defend the good name of Ghana, so help me God. So help me God? How will God help you when you don't help yourselves? I still don't understand. This pain is still within me. This pain will always stay with me. But then I said, fine, let a Ghanaian say this speech or something. They said, no, you guys are too young. Do it when the time is right. Do it when the time is right. We are always told this, that the wise only speak up on the right time. The right time, the right time. All the wise have died waiting for the right time, and now the only people we are left with are the ones who are trending on the Nipaye Cobra trend instead of going to fight for their rights at the Jubilee House. All the wise have literally died waiting for the right time. Oppression has become the new normal. Oppression has literally become the new normal because we are all just saying that, oh, the system cannot be changed. This is how the system is. It's all normal for us now because we don't speak up. We think this is not the right time. This is the pain that I have gone through. This is the pain that I feel. The right time, the right time, the right time. I am tired. We are tired. Ghana is tired. The world is tired because literally this is happening in the whole world. Countries are drowning in debt. Terminal 3 has literally become like a trotro station. Politicians are just focused on wiping the plate by filling their bellies, and they don't even leave the crumbs for us. Should we still wait for the right time? If you want change, if you want the world to be a better place, if you want the sachet water to be 10 pesos again, make sure you speak up now. They tell us we are the leaders of tomorrow. They tell us we are the leaders of tomorrow. As to when the tomorrow will come, we don't know. And the only way we can make now tomorrow is if we speak up. It is very important that we speak up. Because to heal the world, to heal our countries, the wise must speak up.
The next speaker is Henry. No, Luther, sorry, Luther. A round of applause as he joins me on stage. Luther, the theme for the final is the wise must speak up. You are supposed to end your speech with the wise must speak up. You have a minute of prep time which starts now.
Every minute, I would like to be signaled. Right. The wise must speak up is the theme for today's speech. And it's funny because when you think about wisdom, at least when I do, the first thing that comes to mind is Kweku Anansi. Remember that story from our childhood that they told us? The one where he went all around the world and gathered the wisdom into a pot, tied it to his stomach and tried to climb up a tree. I don't know if you remember it, but I remember it very vividly.
right? He had trouble getting up the tree. He that he thought he was the wisest man in the world, until his son told him, move the pot from your stomach to your back. And then Anansi realized something wonderful. He realized that there's really no way you can gather all the wisdom in the world in one place, talk less of keeping it for one person. So in his anger and his distress and his annoyance in himself, he cast the pot down and let the pieces spread out into the world. So we were all wise. And despite Anansi's best efforts, I must say, not all of us act wise. Well, I've just told you an Anansi story. Here's another story, one from my childhood. It's a sad story, really. It's about the death of my mother. And it pains me to talk about it, but I'm going to do it anyways. It happened when I was 6 years old. I remember the day vividly. It started out just like any other. We got into the car, she took us to school, she's a teacher at another school, she drove on to that school, and then in the evening, we caught the bus back home, and the gate was locked, which was weird, because usually mother is there, she's at home, we can smell the cooking before we even step in, but no, the gate was locked. So we went to our friend's house, we were just chilling for a while. We knew none the wiser, my older brother and I, until later in the evening, when my father arrived and found the gate too locked. Came into the neighbors. He didn't know what was happening either. My mother wasn't picking up. And then we saw this troop, this delegation of people walking down the road, all with their somber faces and black attire. And they told us straight to our faces that our mother is dead. And it hurt me more than any of you can ever know. Because I was 6 years old, I didn't understand the permanence of something like death. I didn't understand the finality of something so great. I didn't understand I would never see my mother again. But I had to power on. After the death of my mother, I started spending a lot more time outside. It was then that I became very close friends with our watchman. Until then, he had just been this guy in the house. He was this person that would open the gate when we got home, lock it behind us. Sometimes he would show up at the door telling me he's looking for our father, and I would go and fetch him for the watchman. But after the death, I sat outside. A part of me was waiting to see my mother walk back home. That never happened. But I did find a very good friend, and a mother figure even, in the watchman, because he told me so much about the world. He was an old man, told me of his brother, how he died in the chieftaincy conflicts that happened during 2000 Ghana, 2000 in Tamale. He told me so much, so many things. And I grew to respect him greatly. But before that, he had just been someone I would look down on. So it pains me to no end to see my childish arrogance and ignorance reflected in the people of this country. You say the wise should speak, but the wise have been speaking for a very long time. We have not been listening. It's because they don't dress up in fancy suits and smocks and kaftans, because they don't wear polished shoes and arrive in V8. We think they can't know anything of value. Panel, no. All of you know. Judges, audience, the wise have been speaking. I am 19 years old. Compared to the lot of you, I know nothing. Nothing. Some of you are in your 30s, right? But I'm here to tell you, and I have told you already, how much there is to learn from the people that we think know nothing. That watchman, after my mother's death, he told me that no matter what life throws at me, I just have to keep my head up and keep my feet on the ground. He told me that a Dagomba man's back never touches the floor, and up to today, I remember that, all right? The wise men are all around us, the wise women too. We just have to open our ears and listen to them. So I'm putting it to all of you. The wise are not the people with the degrees. They are not the people with the accolades, with the awards. They are the ones that take the knowledge all around us and apply it. Let the wise speak. The wise must speak up. But the wise have been speaking for a long time. You just have to listen to them. Thank you.
The wise must speak up. Thank you very much, Luther. The next speaker is Henry. Henry, welcome. The theme for the final is the wise must speak up. Join me on stage. You are supposed to end your speech with "the wise must speak up." You have a minute prep time and it starts now.
Okay, so in my 3rd minute, I want to be notified, and in my 4th minute too. So I honestly do not know why I'm carrying this speaker around. I will not lie. Honestly, I don't know. For a second there, I wanted to trip and fall, right? And deliver a speech on how when you fall, you can always rise up like Opana did. But I asked myself, do you deserve to see me do that to myself? And then the answer was, actually, yes, you do. You all deserve to see me do that to myself, because it's not about my ego, it's not about me. It's about all the people that invested their lives into putting me up on this stage. All the times I was carrying my guitar around and people were laughing at me like I was a madman. All the time that I worked hard to get here. That Sharif, that Aisha, that Mahadi, that worked their ass off, invested their lives to put me on this stage. Shout out to you guys. So actually, you deserve to see me do that to myself. But even if I trip and fall, I probably will not win this tournament, because even Opana did not win by tripping and falling. And then there's me, ordinary Henry. I do not have ESL breaks. I do not have a pants trophy. I'm just me. So how would I win by tripping? Just a very shitty debater. No, I'm very serious about it. I'm a very shitty debater. Back in high school, Prempeh College, Anastasia and UG was in St. Monica Senior High School. She beat me to a pulp. I thought, it was because I was in majority, I was in Prempeh College. That's why she probably beat me from a minority school. So I went to UDS, and she went to UG. I came here, preliminary round 1, first round, first room. She did it with Ella. They slapped me a fourth. They were first in that room. I'm that shitty. I literally smuggled my way through this debate tournament, stealing first over people like Sir Lord and Joyce. Small. I'm actually that shitty. But I'm never going to stop coming back. No, I will not stop coming back. I will always come back and be that shitty debater every single time. I will come for the next GUDC. Even if I will die before I beat Anastasia, I will come back. So I understand all of you guys. I really do. I understand all of you guys when you are apathetic about our country. The central bank has failed, literally. People are literally being sentenced to death in hospitals because they cannot afford dialysis. Our leaders are cobras. They are killing us. But you cannot be apathetic. No. It is not about you. It is not about your ego. It is about all of those people that fought for Ghana to be where it is. That Kwame Nkrumah. That Yasantua. All of those people that put their lives on the line for us to have the Ghana we have. For those people, we must fight. Because our leaders do not deserve to see us lament. No. They really don't. They do not deserve to see any of that. But for ourselves, for our present, our posterity, we, as a country, as citizens, we must not be apathetic. We must fight. We cannot let foolishness override wisdom. We can't. We can't allow that. No, burst out like Elisha. Burst out like him. When you see that you are probably going to lose your future, right? when you see that there's a threat to your progress, to your posterity, burst out. Let the world hear you. Because you have a right to protect your posterity. You have the right to protect your present. You have an obligation to those people that were here before you and those people that will come after you. You must. You should. You cannot let foolishness override wisdom. You can't. You can't do that. But unlike Elisha, I will not keep quiet. I will never be silent. You will never keep me quiet and have your way. I will fight with the government. I will fight them. They will hear me. I will always lament. Even if I will die, I will know that I had a legacy to protect. Even if I'll probably have to add another speaker for you to hear me. That's it right there. But you must lament. The wise people must speak up and fight for posterity. For the people that put us here, even if not for yourselves, even if you think you are too big. Elisha was too big. Elisha is a champion. Nobody here deserves to see him do that to himself. But he did. So even if you think your ego is that big, Ghana is bigger than you. Our motherland is bigger than you. People put their lives into it. Our lives are at stake. Our home. She's our home. We have to fight for our home. Thank you. Let the wise speak.
Thank you very much, Henry. The next speaker is Afi Chifianu. But before Afi, Pascal has a piece of information we'll hear from him.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. So Gouda elections have officially opened, so the nomination forms are out, so interested parties should please fill the forms. Please read the instructions before you fill the forms. Thank you very much.
Afi, the team for the final is The Wise Must Speak Up. Join me on stage. The team for the final is The Wise Must Speak Up. You have a minute prep time. Your speech is supposed to end with The Wise Must Speak Up.
Hi, yeah, I actually want clarity on how you're timing. Okay. I think you can clap 2 minutes 30, and then when I have a minute more, and then 5. Okay. Before I begin my speech, I'd just like to say I appreciate the presence of the UCCDS. I'd also like to appreciate my first ever debate coach, and I dedicate this speech to my sisters, who are the bravest, kindest people I know, both my biological sisters and my sisters in the DS. Thank you. Okay. All right. So let me count down. 3, 2, 1. God bless our homeland, Ghana, and make our nation great and strong, bold to defend forever the cause of freedom and of rights. Fill our hearts with true humility, make us cherish fearless honesty, and help us to resist oppressors' rule with all our will and might forevermore. The words we speak are not just sung to a sweet melody. These words are a promise. These words are a prayer. These words are an oath that feels meaningless these days. Our hearts are not filled with true humility. Our hearts are filled with discontent and rage. We do not cherish fearless honesty. How can we when every day our leaders spout audacious lies in our face? God bless our homeland, Ghana. Growing up in Ghana is growing up with joy. Watching cartoons on Vice at 1, playing Ampe outside, drinking Fine Yogo after class. I love Fine Yogo. But for every Ghanaian, for me and for you, there is a tipping point. A point where we realize that it's not all roses and sunshine. A point where we realize that we are doomed. For me, that tipping point was when Fine Yogo became 1 cedi, 20 pesos. Fine Yogo, the only thing you buy with a single cedi, was increased. Listen, soon I would learn that there's more to be angry about than just the increase in price of my favorite snack. Soon I would learn that I have to be upset about corruption, that I have a right to be angry about sex for grades in our tertiary institutions, that I need to be upset because there are mothers who give birth on hospital floors in Kolebu. I learned that there's more to be angry about. Every time a student has to exchange her body for grades, we are drowning. We say, God bless our homeland, Ghana, but oh God, Ghana is a nation stuck underwater. And every time a peaceful protester ends up beaten and in jail, we are drowning. And every time a young girl has to give her body out for sex in order to buy sanitary pads to stop the bleeding in her body, we are drowning. And every time a politician has to do political gimmicks and gets away with stealing our hard-earned money, we are drowning. So how can you breathe? How can you even say, God bless our homeland, Ghana? How can you even breathe? Me, I am a fighter, not a lover. So I will not sit idly by. Our silence makes us complicit. I believe that cowardice is to blame for the world's injustices. That peace must be hard won. That peace, sometimes it is necessary to fight for. That peace is something that is just for us to fight for. I believe in acknowledging the fear that we all have in this nation. But more than that, in fighting that fear, no matter the cost, no matter the odds, I believe in being a voice for the voiceless, for shouting for those who can only whisper, which is why my voice today is broken and hoarse. But more than that, I believe that we all need to speak up. Listen, let's take it back to primary school, when we used to rush back and sing, God bless our homeland, Ghana. The games we used to play, let's play another game. Truth or dare. I double D dog dare you to speak up, to stand up for something. I double D dare you to take your voice back. I dare you to speak up for something. Listen, God bless our homeland, Ghana, and make our voices great and strong, louder than other voices that will seek to oppress us. Listen, the wise must speak up. Thank you.
Very much, Afi. The last speaker will be Hanif Sani. Hanif, welcome. You are supposed to deliver a speech that ends with the wise must speak up.
Well, since I didn't make debate finals, I'd like to thank my society for how vibrant they've been and to Operation Sisu. This should be our year. And I think globally we need to start paying attention to children with cancer, because a friend of mine lost his brother who was having cancer. So yeah. So I dedicate this speech to Farhan. May he rest in peace. Starting in 3, my second and fourth minute. Starting 3, 2, 1. I remember clearly that morning was my 50th time watching that video. I still remember there was a man with his shape in the middle of his head. He said something, and it was something like, the time has come for us to have the new Africa. And the new African that is born is ready to learn. And that new African is ready to prove that the African man is capable of managing his own affairs. That particular statement resounded so much in my head. Then I thought, Ghana, God has already appointed Nkrumah. If God had appointed Nkrumah, doesn't mean nobody else can solve our problems. If God had done that, doesn't mean we're a failed state. 6 decades down the line from March 1957, we've had a very vibrant economy. It was that time where everybody saw us as a beacon of Africa. An economy so prosperous. Agriculture, oil, gold, bauxite, and our tourism invited a lot of people from diaspora. But there has always been a problem with our country. The national cake have never been shared equally. Existing in the country are a lot of people who are still going through the inequalities of economy. A lot of people that are not getting their fair share. A lot of Ghanaians that are going through struggles. A lot of children sitting under trees to study. But is it our fault? They say, Yerana ya assassini. But then, how does it become my assassin when I even sleep and I wish that I do not wake up? Because when I wake up, what do I eat? It's either I go 010 or I go 001. The struggles in the country have made me go through a lot of pain. And it resounds in my mind. Did our grandfathers fail us? What went wrong? Who did it wrong? Do we have a feeling within us that we do not owe it to posterity? The economic problems of Ghana is not the end. Because the Ghanaian government still have a lot of hope, and the Ghanaian people still have a lot of things to do. Our youth are strong, our mental brains are working. That's why each day we tell ourselves that we have to incorporate in us Nyansa Kasa, but not Jimmy. What then becomes of the Ghanaian person when Nyansa Kasa is not the bottom of what we do? We all stand up and we say, occupy Julobi House, move into that place. But the moment the government told us that Nipa ya Cobra, we all stopped. It's the consistency that we need to keep as Ghanaians that's going to give our leaders that kind of image that we have something to achieve. Do not sit there and smile. You're going through the pain. You had problems with your parents sponsoring you to come to the tournament because your father says from Accra to Kumasi is 100 cedis, and that's the money he can give your brothers for the next week. This is as a result of how our currency is being pulled down on the international level. Exchange rates are going high day in, day out. But the question remains, what is the problem? I stand before you as a concerned youth of the country Ghana, and I say into your face, as judges, as colleague debaters, that the economy of Ghana is not static. Our leaders are not terrible. We're just inculcating in ourselves discussions that are not needed. We're talking about things that are not important. We're taking actions that are not needed. We say, let's go for protest, and you're thinking about how your mom will lash you when you come back. Do you think about how they'll be unable to pay your school fees? It's how we stand together. Because they say, through the toil and shed of blood of our forefathers, this became better. But what becomes of us if we do not want to toil? Then the red flag and the red in our flag becomes useless because that blood no longer exists. Our black star is the hope of Africa, but today the hope of Africa is dying. Ghana must rise, Ghanaians must speak up. Because we are Dishi, we are Ghanaians. Royalty is who we are. That's why even international countries still can't give up on us. Even if we are the baby children of the West, we still have to do a lot within ourselves. So I look up to the youth of Ghana. I look up to the working class. I look up to that teacher who is teaching students with university that you have a lot of work to do. Let these people know that they can achieve a lot. And to achieve all of this, I say to you, we, as the wise, must speak up. Thank you.
Hanif, that brings to the end of the public speaking final. Judges, Chair Fifi, you conduct your discussion outside. Jamai will lead you out. The novice debate final will be next. So, but in the meantime, lunch has been served, so I think that will happen before the novice final.
Hello. Please text your union members to come around. We're about to release the motion for the novice finals. So please tell your union members to come around in the next 5 minutes. Jeffrey and the volunteers, if you could set the tables again for the finals. Okay. Opening government for the novice finals. Could you kindly come forward? Opening government for the novice finals. Opening government for the novice finals. Please come forward. Opening government for the novice finals. I don't mind swinging. Opening opposition for the novice finals. We are strapped for time. Please be snappy. Closing governments for the novice finals. Opening up is here. Closing governments. Closing up. We'll be reading out the motion. Mansafua will read out the motion for the finals for us. And it's going to be forwarded to the page by Frank Bannerman.
I hope all teams are ready to take the motion. Opening government. So, the motion for the GUDC 2023 Novice Finals, it reads, this House opposes the use of the "it gets better" narrative by progressive movements in the developing world. This House opposes the use of the "it gets better" narrative by progressive movements in the developing world.
The motion is on the page. You have 15 minutes. My clock reads 3:57. Debate begins at 4:13. The motion reads, this House opposes the use of, in quotation marks, "it gets better" narrative by progressive movements in the developing world. I'm assuming you guys have gotten the motion. We'll be taking your phones right now so nobody gets access to the internet or to their family members. All the best. So we'll be beginning the finals in the next 3 minutes. I'm here to announce the judges for the finals. So chairing the finals, we would have Iwozo Samuel Chizaram, alongside Abdul Malik Isifu, alongside Emmanuel Bo Ureku, Ezekiel Adi, and Loretta Amoa. So if you know them, please reach out to them so they come around. Guys, prep time is over. So, judges. It was all. Oh, Christ. Ezekiel and Loretta. Ezekiel Adi. Ezekiel Adi is not around. Can someone reach out to him? The round is scheduled to start. Loretta Amwa. Hey, sorry. I didn't know you were Loretta. Just give me a sec. So Chizaram is not available, so he'll be replaced with Gideon. Gideon. Great. Since Chizaram was... Join the panel, please. Since Chizaram was supposed to chair and he's unavailable, Abdul Malik is going to chair, and Gideon is going to replace Iwuzo. So the round proceeds.
So, panel, please, can I get a timer? I begin in 3, 2, 1, start. So the motion before the House is, this House opposes the use of its gets better narrative by progressive movements in the developing world, right? Now, panel, what are progressive movements doing in today's debate, or what are they in today's debate, right? They are the movements that want changes in their aims or agendas, right? This means that whatever thing or whatever agenda that they are propagating, they want to see changes over a period of time, right? Now, panel, example is the social justice movements, right? Feminist movements, Black Lives Matter movements, all those movements, right? We think these people are the progressive movements in today's motion, right? So what are progressive movements wanting to achieve, right? They want their aims to be achieved over a long period, like a period of time, right? 2, they seek to find changes in the world that they live in, right? Meaning that they are propagating that agenda because something dire is happening in the situation, right? What is the burden of government bench? Government bench is supposed to prove to you or show you why necessarily that narrative, it gets better, is very bad, it's not helping these progressive movements in the developing world, right? Up bench is supposed to show you how necessarily this narrative has actually benefited the progressive movement and the reason why they should keep propagating it, right? Now, panel, our first case is built on the urgency of the situation, right? We've analyzed to you that every progressive movement has an aim it wants to achieve. Mostly, it is very dire and serious, right? Look at the Black Lives Matter movements, right? They are running these movements over a period of time. But then again, nobody took them serious until they rise. The situation is very serious. The moment you keep propagating that agenda, that it will get better, it will get better. What you then do is that you keep these people stagnant. We'll show you why, right? Why is that true in today's debate? We live in a world where the current state gets worse. These movements need to find means or ways to push their agenda so that their voices will be heard. If they keep using that narrative, they then feed on the emotions of the people running this agenda, right? This means that they keep telling the people that, oh, if you stay in that situation, gradually it gets better. If you keep, let's say, sitting on your toes, I don't know how that narrative is going to actually help them achieve their aim, but they say it will get better. Now, Pana, what you then do is that you
you make them feel like their situation is not urgent. You keep them sitting on their toes, not doing anything, right? Why is that bad? It then keep the people stagnant, right, in their development. How is that true? We tell you that one, by gradually instilling this narrative into their minds, it makes these people then not have any means or reason to push for change in the society, right? You gradually push these people to stay still and not to do anything about their situation, because then you tell them that it will gradually get better. Then what seriousness are you pushing pushing in them, right? So, panel, what happens if you oppose this? We tell you that one, you keep these people conscious, or the movement self-conscious. Why are we saying that? We tell you that people will now be faced with the harsh reality and not take drastic measures towards it. Meaning that one, people will now look for instance, a job, because they know nothing is going to change if they sit on their toes. But then if you keep feeding into them that narrative, you then tell them to sit on their toes and not do anything about the situation, right? Two, people will then find a way to make their voices heard. Find ways to voice out their complaints without sitting down and doing nothing. I'll take you in my 5th minute, right? So, we tell you that progressive movement aims will be achieved faster. How is that true? Because they wouldn't be living in a dream world as in opposition side. They would then realize that whatever situation that they are in is dire, is crucial. That narrative isn't helping them in any other way, right? This means that they will rise, push their agenda in different ways or manner to achieve that aim, right? How is that beneficial in today's debate? We tell you that the people or the stakeholders in today's debate will then stand up against the odds. We live in a world where nobody cares about you, especially as in today's was a developing country. Nobody actually cares about them, right? The moment they don't keep propagating their agenda in a much better way and keep telling themselves it will get better, nobody will actually give a shit about them, including the government itself, right? What's your PO? Now, panel. I tell you, like, let's say a feminist movement in a developing world. What then happens is that in our world or in our state right now, people don't actually like listen to females. This means that if these females want to push their agenda and they keep saying it, nobody will take them seriously. They need to rise up, right? They need to find ways to make their voices heard. Drastic measures. They need to go out, probably push their agenda on, let's say, the media in a much better way, right? Sitting on their toes ain't doing anything for them. We think that isn't helping them, right? Now, panel, opposition will come and say that whatever agenda, it gets better narrative, is giving these people the hope that one day things will be better. We tell you that that hope is actually a fallacy, because in the developing world, it doesn't exist, right? Until they prove to us a better way aside the hope that is given to them, which actually is a fallacy, they don't stand a chance in today's debate. What have you gotten from us? We've told you that progressive movements need to be achieved. Their aims need to be achieved in a much faster way. If they don't realize the urgency of the situation and then sit on their toes, feeding on the narrative that one day their lives are going to change automatically, which we don't even know how it's going to change, that means that then their progress will be declining as time goes on. Nothing properly, that they wouldn't be doing nothing properly in their situation, right? All they will do, all they say to themselves is one day probably it will get better. One day it will get better, which means that in this world that nobody cares about you, like a developing world, nobody will actually take you seriously, right? Meaning that the whole agenda that you are rising, like pushing, will be in vain. Now, panel, we tell you that these progressive movements then instill into people and need to be self-conscious of their environment and the world they live in, right? And find means, as we tell you, push their agenda faster to what? To achieve their aims. With this, we say both.
First of all, I would like to give a shout out. I would like to shout out to Nigeria for bringing me here, first of all. And Ghana too for welcoming me with such open arms. I'm really grateful to all of you, all the Ghanaians. I really love you all so much. And then I want to also shout out to my mommy and daddy for taking their time to bring me here too. And my partner, amazing partner, IAE, thank you very much for supporting me through all this. And mostly the UCCDS, thank you very much for raising an amazing debater like me. Game mode. Let's go, guys. Okay. Panel. Developing world is not a failed world. The developing world is one that has all the elements and capabilities of attaining an end goal. That's why it's called developing. It looks like Ghana having at least one able young minds like all of us. It looks like Ghana having resources. All these help us to feel hope. Panel, Singapore was once developing, US was once developing. You guys shouldn't run the case that there is no hope in this world. But then secondly, let's engage what these guys say about urgency. We tell you that existentialism and consequentialism infiltrates the urgency of something. What does this look like? Panel, no matter how much I want to get things done, society exists with a structure of 1, planning, 2, strategizing, and 3, improving. So for all these binding factors, not all end goals is truly urgent. But secondly, panel, these guys tell you that we exist in a dream world because we believe in hope. We tell you society encourages us to dream, guys. That doesn't mean we live in those dreams. It means that we are conscious of our visions, what we want to happen. My dream to attend GUT. Consequences could have stopped me, i.e. no transport money. But the hope I filled myself with to attend this by saying it gets better, here I am. What is this debate about, panel? Everything in this world exists in multiple folds. Food can be my livelihood and can be in someone else's debt. We analyze assertions based on its magnitude of scope, its topicality, its inherence, and most importantly, on its logical analysis that we can all accept. The only person that wins today's debate is someone who fulfills their actual burden with the deepest analysis. What is my burden? Which is, should progressive movements use such narrative in the developing world? Panel, what does this narrative look like? It is not just a narrative. It is a standpoint to see the future with an optimistic mind, to trick our minds to hope for the future. And secondly, even if the future doesn't get better to constant profession, like the constant profession of that faith is one that pushes us as individuals in the world. We find ourselves in to aim for the stars, panel. Realistically, we can't attain victory by just professing a better future, panel. But we think that this notion has not just encouraged ones who thought it best to end it before even trying. But secondly, we say this narrative strikes an optimistic bias in the scary world we live in. Why is that good? One, it's like me recognizing that I may fail. It's me recognizing that things could fall. That's why I'd say it gets better. Because existentially, why is this true? I know that things could change and things will not be good. That way, we are armed for when it does get bad. But what's most beautiful is that one, when I fail, we don't just lose hope. We push harder, selling the narrative that it gets better. Then why is that true? Because there is a principle that proves it, which is the principle of determinism. Panel. We say individuals have the free will to imbibe whatever notion that will help them scale through the difficult world of consequences. That's why society usually ascribes to these things. We ascribe to things like religion and the hope to inherit the heaven. Even if we can't see the end, we say the outcome point of view that people have been the driving force of all these social changes. But then secondly, panel, like the time when girls weren't allowed education, it lasted for 100 years and these progressive movements fought for it. We saw the hurdles, we saw the pain, and we saw the restrictions inflicted on them. But the choice to pursue the narrative that it gets better supplied them with the adrenaline needed to push through the hurdles and create a better society for girls. But then secondly, panel, anything that is good because the individual, the group, the people believe it to be good. It doesn't usually matter it doesn't usually matter if that thing is actually good. The belief that it will get them to the end is what matters. Panel, we say it's not toxic, that they recognize the uncertainties of life. Why is this true? Because it's for a fact that they recognize things may not work out fine. They prefer to believe it. They know it's much more better they believe than to be caught unprepared. But secondly, there are other ideologies to life that progressive movements use to push forward. We agree, guys. Don't come and run all that kind of things. But our burden is to prove why the use of it gets better is much better. Panel, we tell you, it gives this progressive movement in of itself the sense of meaning. What does this look like?
everyone who has a goal strives for a better world. To strive for it, we say it gets better. We say progressive movements like social activists, nation builders, and independence fighters, we can all agree have one vision. One, to get their voice heard. We say we support that notion because life is not a constant of time, which we all agree. These are people who plot towards a better future. And for that desperation of that goal, they are more prone to things like, one, depression, things like fallout, etc. We say when things get tough, the narrative that it gets better helps them to overcome it. Why is this true? One, because of the optimistic bias that exists within the statement. Its inherent nature to fuel the fire of hope and fight on is what we usually support. What's your POI?
Are all optimistic biases good for progressive movement?
We say when we choose to use it as a notion, it is much more better and it's good. We choose what is good, we decide what is better for ourselves. But not all optimistic biases is good, but as long as it gives us the end goal, we win today's debate. Panel, we'll prove to you how that looks like. Panel, to channel new thinking and progressivity, we think that is very important. Why? Because one, they are not stuck in their old ways of thinking. For we can all agree that society progresses, and since they are progressive movements, it's imperative and principally justified that they channel new thinking mechanism through hoping for the future. But then second, the panel, it gives them a sense of coping mechanism when they fall short. All this goes down to helping them achieve that sense of meaning, which is their inherent nature and which is the inherent thing they strive for in the world they want to create. But then second, the panel, we say, when they achieve a sense of meaning and drive, it gives them one, self-actualization, which is a follow-through. Why is that important? One, because self-actualization looks like acceptance and progressive thinking and growth. And this is the bedrock of every progressive movement that has existed and has been able to say. We say if this movement in and of itself exists to strive for a world that is much more conducive and much more beautiful for us all, we say we support them to use that kind of notion and not have to fall short and not have to lose in the world that is already toxic and bad. We support this notion proudly, OO.
Okay. Okay. Also, before I start my speech, a small shout out. Okay. So first of all, I want to thank God for how far He has brought me. It hasn't been easy for me personally throughout the year, but I'm still pushing, and God is still helping me. Yeah. Also, shout out to the UCCDS as always. Like every day. Sometimes when you come back from class and you're depressed, this is the only thing that brings you back to life, Charlie. So, yeah. And also shout out to any Presec boy over here. We are still pushing, we are still doing things here. So, yeah. That one has to be made clear. That one has to be made clear. Thank you. All right. So, I start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Panel, as Rafina comes to tell you, this is particularly about the progressive movement and what they want to push, the agenda they want to push, the narrative they want to push, and how effective that agenda is going to stay in the long run. That is what she comes to speak to you about. That is why it is a progressive movement, meaning in and of itself, as they keep pushing the movement, there are still contentions that still linger as they keep pushing, right? It means that despite the fact that, they've started or they are still moving in terms of bringing their ideologies to play, there still exist those levels of contention that exist, especially in a developing world. That's why she comes to analyze to you on the, the feminist movements, right? That despite the fact that, they've been able to make certain levels of progress with what they are doing, right? That narrative still does not cause them to be more effective in what they are doing. What OO tries to paint are just, some cases on, it starts the hope, it does whatever. But we think that it just leaves them in that constant facade that, it will get better. They don't make any progress. They don't take any action because they don't show that in their world, right? But firstly, let's look. The incentives of progressive movements, once they wish to seek a change, please, I'll take you my 5 minutes. They wish to see a change in their situation. They seek that to make sure that their ideologies and whatever they are pushing continues to exist and continues to run. For example, you see the feminist movement. Despite the fact that, yes, they've made an effort to bring the feminist movements to play, we still see that there are still some contentions that exist in the world, especially in developing countries. For example, how things have evolved against feminist movements. Men still thinking that, oh, they have choice and they have reasons to do certain things, regardless of the fact that, oh, if they do it against women, it will still not be effective. If they do it against women, they won't be held culpable, right? And then they come back in that entrenched narrative, oh, it will get better. So if a guy, let's say, abuses me as a feminist or as a lady, then, oh, I want to take an action. I can't because that narrative exists. Oh, it will get better. It will get better. It will get better. Panel, we think that that doesn't bring that level of understanding, that level of change that we see, right? It doesn't bring that. So what we argue is, on our side, we say that for these progressive movements, in order to get the change that they are looking for, they need to be intentional and they need to have a conscious mindset of what they are doing. Yes, you will know that the world becomes better, but let's understand this, that the change you look for and the change you wish to see is something you have to be conscious of and something that you have to be intentional of. This is not existent in their world, because it will get better doesn't just solve all the issues. If you are living in poverty and keep telling yourself it will get better, it doesn't change the fact that you are still poor. You have to be intentional and you have to keep pushing for it. Any from OO. Panel, you can have that same mindset in your life. And if situations keep getting difficult for you, there's a point in time where you don't even feel like pushing and you don't feel like going there. You just keep staying. It will get better. It will get better. Sometimes even waiting for opportunity to come and welcome itself to you so that you can be able to push that narrative. That doesn't change, because someone who tells himself it will get better does not necessarily sit there, but he has to keep pushing. Even in the faces of contentions and adversities, he has to be looking at the goal. You've been in a facade where you are thinking it will get better. How will it get better? What are you looking for? What do you want to see? If you don't have that entrenched narrative in your head, that you are being intentional, that no matter what, you are still pushing, and you sit there and say, oh, you want to see the change, you want to, it will get better. It doesn't bring that to life. But panel, let's go more on what, let me take you. All right. What does Ralphina tell you in that regard, right? She tells you on the matter of urgency and how, yes, certain measures have to be taken or certain actions have to be taken along regard. We tell you that one, change is an intentional effort to bring out, which means you can't just sit down and say it will get better. You have to push and to strive for the change. It has to be an intentional mindset. We say that two, there are contentions that exist within such movements, right? We see that one, the constant discrimination against young girls and feminist movements, even in this current world, is something that still exists. So regardless of the fact that, oh, you keep telling yourself it will get better, it doesn't still cause or bring the change. So we think that drastic measure that she talks to you about, where people become more intentional, if somebody comes as a feminist, if somebody takes action against you, you become more aggressive. If you have to sue the person, you do that. You become more intentional. If you have to make sure that the person learns his lesson, you do that. And that is what we think is more important, right? Why is this important? We think that one, that you continue to live in that idealistic world that, oh, it will get better. How is it even going to get better? They don't analyze you that, because you can't come and tell us that, oh, it is a driving force. A driving force. How does it drive you? What does it do to you? You don't just live it like that and go, right? We think that too, it helps them become more intentional about their aims and goals that they want to see. For example, even in Ghana, considering our independence, right, UGCC started with the narrative that, oh, self-governance in the shortest possible time. But Kwame Nkrumah came and said, no, not self-governance in the shortest possible time, but self-governance now, which means that he was more intentional about it. They were living in a it will get better world. That is how it looked like, right? So that is what we are trying to say, that you can just not just go with that narrative, it will get better. You have to come with an intentional mindset that we want to see the change now. That is more better, and that is what will push them to act now. You can't say it will get better. That is futuristic. You may not even be able to wake up tomorrow because it's unexpected. Those uncertainties that you talk about, it will get better doesn't change it. But when you are a person who is intentional about the now and what you are going to get, it helps you in that regard. So what has Ralphina analyzed to you in today's bit? First of all, she has told you on urgency, which means that we are of the fact that it will get better does not save or does not stop or does not bring that change urgently, right? And even if your movement or whatever you started is continually growing and is continually pushing, right, you still are not able to get the change because you need a certain level of intentionality and consistency to push for that change, and that change will happen. If you don't do that and keep living in that facade, that to get better, that it will get better. No, you can't be in that. You continually live in that world, because despite the fact that yes, situations come and things are coming against you and all that, right? You have to be a better intentional person, right? We think that the narrative should be the change is now. The change is now, and that those drastic measures that they will take. For example, as I highlighted to you, as if you're a feminist and things happen, right? You can push for certain laws to be acted against them. You can push for certain agendas to be pushed against them, and they'll help you in that long regard. Thank you very much.
The House now recognizes the Deputy Leader of Opposition to do same for the open opposition team.
Hello. So, as has been the trend, I need to give a few shout-outs. First of all, to God, because he is responsible for me standing here in so many more ways than one. Secondly, to my family and my friends and all those people watching me. My dad has called me so many times this morning to remind me of the family I come from. Hello, Daddy. Yes, all those people, I love you so much. To my trainers, from the time I started university debate, Alexandra Adote, ADB, Miss Trudy, Jamai Akins, all of you people, to the slave driver, all those midnight washings, they were all not in vain. To the UCCDS members, I love you so much, all the support, especially the female ones, I love you so much. All the moral support is there. Shout out to Fafali and Mary, so our history is repeating itself. Yes. Final shout outs to my queen, Kiara. I love you so much. Yeah, let's win this. So, panel, I begin in 3, 2, 1. OG's mistake in this debate is that they don't tell us or characterize to us exactly what the "it gets better" narrative looks like. And that clarity is going to come from the OO bench. Panel, the "it gets better" narrative looks like this. We say that as a movement that is pushing for change, we tell you, oh, we know that you are suffering. We know that living in such a developing country, the systems are all against you as a woman, as a minority. We know that all these things are pushing you down, are giving you an apathetic mindset. But even with that, know that success is possible. Keep pushing for everything you believe in and for everything that you want, because it will get better. That is what the narrative looks like, and that is how we are engaging the debate in today's debate, right? What does Kiara come to tell you? She tells you a number of things. She tells you that this narrative combats the consequentialist structure of the world, which drives people into apathy. In these developing countries, there is a unique structure that is placed on them. All of the systems are put in place that are not favorable to such people that these movements cater for, that these movements advocate for, right? And those things drive people into apathy. But this narrative is what combats that apathy, and I'm going to extend on that extensively. She tells you that this narrative gives these movements their meaning because they are fighting for a positive change in society. And this narrative is one that preaches the possibility of this positive change even happening. Panel, understand that because we preach that it gets better does not mean that we say that nobody should strive for success. We don't preach apathy in our world. What it means is that we preach the possibility of success in a world where systems aren't favorable to these people. And this narrative gives them the fuel, the fire that they need to keep fighting. Apathy is removed in our world instead of in their world. Panel, a few engagements to the OG bench, right? They tell them that They tell us, first of all, that the gets better narrative breeds apathy in people. Panel, understand that in developing states, such as the motion specifies, this apathy already exists because the systems do not work. The systems are against such people. The people that these movements seek to advocate for, right? The systems don't work for them. Take women, for example. Ghanaian systems don't work for women in leadership, women in jobs, all of those things. And they are so cruel to them that this apathy of, oh, nothing is going to get better. The systems don't work for me. Why should I even strive? It already exists. However, what happens when we preach the it gets better narrative is that we tell them, no, things are not always going to be this way. It gets better. You can succeed. Don't give up. Fight for what you believe in. Fight to succeed. Fight for your rights. Because nothing stays the same way forever, right? And that's the determinism principle that she runs to you, and I'm going to tell you more about that. Second engagement, she tells, I'm going to be prioritizing engagements from my closing because Kiara has already engaged the opening. She tells you that movements should instead focus on trying to change the adverse systems that they advocate against. And I'm going to engage that within my speech, so I won't engage it now. She tells you that, so CG asking a POI that optimistic biases are bad and do not solve all the problems in the world, right? Panel, we tell you that in our world, even in the worst case scenario, where a person fails to meet their aims, they still have that mindset that success is possible. They are still able to work hard because they know that things will definitely get better. And so there is that like inherent internal motivation within them, instead of in their world where the systems promote apathy, and once you fail once, because you do not have anything driving you, you just stop. And that is exactly the thing that goes on in their world. Finally, OG gives an example of the UGCC and tells us that independence now, panel, in the first place, that is even an example. So it doesn't occur anywhere. And even secondly, that example is flawed because the UGCC preaching independence now was in what? 1947. When did we get independence? 1957. So many years later. So if they didn't have that inherent like principle of it gets better, what do you think was driving them throughout all these 10 years of failure that they kept on working towards what they wanted? Your example has even spoiled your case. Panel, understand something. Progressive movements that look like these NGOs, these activists, etc., seek to make life better for people through public education, through things like discourse, like these debates that we have been having, to push such narratives, right? They seek to change people's views on life. The developing world looks like citizens of developing countries where there is a lot of suffering, there is largely incompetent governments, where there is so much ignorance and neglect of people's views, and where citizens are generally unhappy with the systems. In such countries, the goal of progressive movement is to give these people some form of hope, some form of inspiration, to keep them striving, to raise them up from the apathy that these systems cause them to place within their minds. What is our argument? The aim of inspiration that these progressive movements have is met by the use of this narrative, and so there is no reason why we should oppose it, right? Panel, some mechanizations. In such developing countries, there is such a strong influence of determinism in the mindsets of the people as Kara comes to you, and this is the engagement, the extension that I promised. These people feel that the system is hard. I cannot succeed. It is what it is. I have no power to change this whole huge system that we are all living under, right? This is bad because it leads to apathy in the people. The same apathy that these people try to push on us, we are pushing it back on them. It's an impact in their world and not theirs. It blocks people's internal motivation and drives, and it prevents them from striving to meet their aims. It prevents them from fighting to succeed, from fighting for what they believe in, because these systems inherently block their every way, right? And so our world enforces the principle of free will. We encourage them to a larger extent to go hard, even though the odds are not in their favor. Panel, we agree that such movements also have aims of advocating to the systems and leaders to change or improve the conditions of these suffering people, right? That is what he came to tell us. He came saying in this last speech. Panel, we understand that we don't see how the use of this narrative hinders this from happening. We say that these two goals can coexist and both be achieved simultaneously without a hindrance. And we even say that using this narrative even helps people to achieve the goals of change better, as I'm about to show you in my impacts, that these goals of change are not even possible if you don't use this narrative. Panel, understand that with this narrative, people have a more positive outlook to life. They don't wallow in apathy fueled by the mindset of determinism. People begin to believe in change, and they are incentivized to fight for what they believe in. They are incentivized to fight for change, to demand what they want from the government, to demand what they want from the systems that are not favorable to them, right? That is what happens in our world. So even if these movements seek to cause a change in the government, in the systems, and the things that you do, they need to use this narrative to preach to the people that change is even possible. Before you can fight the government to change any of these narratives, right? And so, panel, the last thing I'm going to say, a government cannot come and tell us that when we preach it gets better, people will no longer strive to fight against bad things in society, because
Humans are rational. They think. They know that in life, good things don't just happen by chance. Apathy is something that we discourage in our world. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Leader of Opposition. And that brings us to the end of the opening half of today's debate. To begin the closing half of today's debate, the House now recognizes the Member of Government.
Am I? Okay, sure. So since everyone is giving shout outs, I would like to do so. First and foremost, I would like to give thanks to the Almighty God who made it here. Second, to my supporting family, my mom who has always been by my side and supporting me because debate is an expensive sport. My sister, my siblings, to the KDS family who have nurtured me to who I am. To Biggie and to important friends that exist outside the debate space who have motivated me. Eliana, Quensta, Elisha, thank you guys so much for always being there for me. So yeah, moving into my debate, I begin my speech in 3, 2, 1. Panel, we have heard a lot from the opening half, but we think none of them tackle the cause of today's debate. The actual debate starts now. One characterization that flies away from the opening debates, from the opening half, is the difference between a developing world and developing country. Because whatever you get from the opening half describes developing countries in that aspect. We think that is problematic. What does the developing world looks like? Panel, consider a time of his prehistoric era, okay, where things were very problematic. What does this look like? It means that things like social movements, like progressive movements, did not exist in status quo, and they were now building up. This means that necessarily these progressive movements didn't even have a standing quo. What does the developing world looks like? The developing world looks like a world where progressive movements have been accepted and identified to exist in status quo. That is what developing world should look like. And I'll explain why it is more relevant in today's debate, okay? But then we tell you that this is how we win over our opinion, okay? Because on the gravity of the magnitude of the impact, 1, and 2, on the scale of impact, and then 3, on more mechanizations, we beat our opinion, okay? But then we think that progressive movements need to be faced with the hard truth to continue to push on. At the point where they just rely on the narrative these people preach, it is problematic for a few things. 1, why? Because OO says that, oh, so let's push into this narrative. They think that things will get better. They believe that pushing you for success is the right way. This is problematic because we live in a developing world. What does this look like? At the point where you realize that these progressive movements exist in status quo, it is high time for their ideologies and beliefs to be accepted and like necessarily agreed upon by majority that it exists. At this point, the whole narrative that they preach that, oh, we are pushing you success is a slow-paced rate, and that is something we do not want. What do we tell you? We tell you that, 1, the unpredictable, like how does life actually look like? One, life is unpredictable because a lot of things happen. Two, we tell you that life is unfair because of the narratives of lottery of birth and all those things that exist, okay? But then three, the most problematic, we tell you things like social limitations, like social facts, like the society using its external forces or external power on these people are things that are really problematic. What is the interest of social movements? It has flown in today's debate. Credit to OG for trying to say but not giving more mechanization. We tell you, one, it moves for acceptance in society. This means that necessarily they want a world where their beliefs and ideologies should be inclusive, not just as a majority minority, but should be inclusive as one society. Two, we tell you this is why they are advancing for social change, because they want to change the narrative that necessarily exists on that majority scale, okay? But then three, we tell you that these people in status quo are basically considered as minority, because at the point where everyone believes 1 + 1 is 2, and you are saying 1 + 1 is 3, people will necessarily sort of give you that backlash. We think that is problematic. But another thing, not taking you right now, 5 minutes, another thing that they fail to understand is how these progressive movements look like and why the it gets better narrative is problematic. We tell you that progressive movements are not monoliths. They exist as various groups of people that exist within this movement. Why is this true? Because we tell you, one, people join because of the idea of empathy, because they literally sympathize with their pain. But two, because of the idea of identity construction, because these are where the values and ideologies are basically held. But then three, on the idea of virtue signaling, that they just want to feel better and join this movement. Why is this important? Because you realize that a set of different kinds of people form these progressive movements. Now, at the point where we buy into OG's narrative, this means this means that the it gets better narrative feeds to a specific set of people that look like the empathetic and the virtue signaling people. Why is this true? Because at the point where, as someone who joined the LGBTQ, who joined Black Lives Matter, because I realized that I'm being suffocated in society, and you come and tell me, oh, it will get better, I should keep pushing on. That's what I want to hear. I want you to tell me that things are hard, I need to strive for it. That is what we want. But the it gets better narrative says to these empathetic people that it will get better, so necessarily more. 5 minutes, let's go.
Yeah, so what then is the difference between your world and our world?
Oh, simple. In our world, we destroy what OO preaches. Because in our world, what everything I'm analyzing to you looks like, it creates more divisions and tensions within these progressive movements. Because at the point where you are preaching a narrative that only feeds one sect of people that exist in this progressive movements, it causes a divide and tension where the ideologies that are based for that movement are now divided. This division causes internal fractions where the movement then has to break up because ideologies don't meet. But then what else do we tell you? We tell you that society is problematic as it exists in status quo. Why? Because society exists on the principle of, and these are our extensions, okay? Society exists on the principle of undisputed facts. At the point where you don't align with societal norms or values, you are treated as trash. So the principle therefore becomes the principle of false optimism. What does this look like? It looks like using inspirational words on these sorts of progressive movements. That's because this is literally what they want to hear. Things will get better, blah, blah, blah. What does this mean? At the point where that narrative is pushed, it means they do not understand that the structural imbalances in the world need to fall, need to break down. What does this mean? It means that as so far as that they consider themselves as minorities, they will continue to buy into the idea that society is the greater majority and will continue to oppress them. So they will not want to find a way to break down. What that means is that if I have a bottle of water in front of me and this is a pen, the pen stands for the progressive movement. Instead of saying I need to push through the bottle to get to the other side, I will say I will go around it. We think that is problematic because it forces these people to pander to majority views. We give you better analysis than our opening does. But then two, we tell you that this ideology shouldn't stand because currently people are protesting, people are fighting because they realize that the it gets better narrative cannot put for that change they need. We push for a longer term benefit and we think that is what's important. CG wins today's debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Member of Government, for extending the cases of the government bench. The House now recognizes the Member of Opposition to do same for the opposition bench.
Before I start, let me just do a little bit of shout out. So, I would like to say a big thank you to all stakeholders who were involved in the development of myself, my partner, yes, like to this particular point, the KNUST Debate Society, like Desmond Dovlo, Dennis Atisu, Calvin, even to the president of the Debate Society, University of Ghana, Elisha. Every single person who put in the effort to develop us to that particular point in time, we are very grateful to you. To friends and family at home, we are hoping for the best. And lastly, I would like to give a shout out to Vanessa. Thank you very much for being there for me. All right, so panel, I'm starting my speech in 3, 2, 1. The problem with their side is that these guys say they are going to take up drastic measures, and they are going to use these drastic measures to change the society. What are these drastic measures? I asked in 2 POIs, the drastic measures they say are drastic measures. I asked these guys, what's the difference between your world and our world? And I don't get it. I didn't hear the response. Hopefully the judges got it and Yudia comes to clarify that. But there's a problem, panel. Because like we say from the opening half, apathy is non-comparative. Why is that the case? Because these guys have proven to you why people are not going to be apathetical in their world. They have also proven to you why people are not going to be apathetical in their worlds. Human beings have an incentive to not be apathetical in nature. That is to say, the self-sustaining nature of human beings necessitates that you always do something to develop yourself, to improve upon your status quo, and improve upon the way you are standing. That is to say, apathy can never be on any side of the house today. We influence action by a narrative. These guys influence actions by a narrative. They don't prove a counter-narrative. What most likely is going to be a world where you are most like, when you eliminate this thing is going to happen. What is going to happen is most likely a world where you tell people that things will not get better. Now, go out there and fight for it. That is the word they're supposed to defend. Like, that is what they're supposed to do. Go out there and fight. Be there and fight. Be aggressive about it, like the French Revolution, and take what is yours. That is what they were supposed to defend. What we say is that we believe in the ability of human beings. Human beings necessarily can change. That is why things are going to be better. Have faith and believe in humanity because they can adapt, they can change, and they are not evil in the first place. We differentiate from these guys because they say that, oh, everybody will get some sort of energy, and even when things are not going well, they will go well, you will have faith, and there's a huge logical gap between them and like women being in political offices and huge offices of power and all these sort of things. No mechanization. Panel, we think that necessarily the reason why you get more women in the University of Ghana Business School in the first place, the reason why you have so many women in parliamentary office is through the change of societal narratives and social minds, right? Public opinion, and secondly, through policy change. Most importantly, I'm going to show you how in our side of the world we influence more policy change and these particular things, and that's what's going to win us over these guys in the first place. Panel, notice just a couple of things. We think, panel, in a world where you go, like what they're supposed to defend, angry, going out there and fighting for their right, the drastic measures these guys look like. It's a world where, because notice something, developing worlds, and yes, they say developing world, developing countries. Developing countries make up the developing world which we find ourselves in. Like, it's very simple. So, we say something like, at the end of the day, the developing world is characterized by several ideologies which are conservative and are not liberal or progressive. In a world where you necessarily engage in drastic measures, in a world you necessarily engage in aggressive methods of getting people to buy into your ideologies, the virtue signaling you get in a world is a world where these people are seen as being abrasive, as being rude, and unacceptable in the society. Their world fosters a world where people are less likely to empathize with you. And that's what we say. They are less likely to empathize with you and buy into your ideology, because at that point, they see you to be some crazy, aggressive group of individuals who don't care about society and don't care about the societal fabric. That is to say, at the point where public opinion is against you, governments are incentivized to clamp down on you, fight you, put you in jail, and literally like disenfranchise you more. At that particular point in time, your aims of change will never be attained because the society is against you and nobody is willing to accept you. In our side of the world where we say human beings are necessarily sensible, human beings can be like they progress, like things could get better. It is not so terrible at the end of the day. People are most likely to engage in activities such as relationships, have education, communication, to try to change ideologies because we know that things can get better and it's not a losing fight that we are fighting. It is possible because, panel, notice one thing. The only reason why individuals exist within progressive movement is because they know things can get better and things will get better. Telling them that things will get better is not going to cause any social differentiation or polarization in the group in the first place. That is why they are inside. That is the ideology behind which they are coagulated in the first place. Panel, we think that in our side of the world where we engage in this sort of acceptance, like relationships, education, and communication in the first place, it's a world where you get more people empathizing towards you, more people buying into your ideology. You change like social narratives. You change public opinion about you. That is to say, a world where public opinion changes about you, the government can now make policies to make you inclusive, to engage in things like policies that allow more women to be taken to schools and all these sort of things. But I'll notice one thing. I am not telling you a story. These are things that have happened in status quo. The examples can be mentioned. I've already given the example of University of Ghana Business Schools, women in Ghana, and all these sort of things. But the panel will think on the principle of efficacy. To say that things have worked, that is why we support it in the first place, is why we support it. Because I can name 1,001 examples of how women in several countries around the world, Ghana, Lesotho, Zimbabwe, necessarily engage in activities that were necessarily meant towards sort of ideologies to say things will get better. They didn't engage in aggressive tactics. They engage in progressive ones that engage communication and all these sort of things. They take a soft stance if they say they get education in their world and communication. They are supposed to defend a fighting world, aggressive and all these sort of things. In our side of the world, we give you the examples of women in power, presidents of African countries who are actually in the developing world, right? Yvonne Osei Adobia in a school like KNUST, which initially was not known for these sort of things, right? For where women were put into powers and all these sort of things. Outside of the world, we encourage these things to happen because we engage in communications. People empathize with you and they really agree with your ideology in the first place. That is a world where we are most likely to accept. But I'll notice one thing. These guys say you give people some sort of energy to move on in that particular regard. We say, panel, at a point where you believe that humans can be changed and things can get better, you are most likely to be more gentle with your approach. You are most likely to be more progressive with your approach because you know that it's not a fight worth fighting. Since they want apathy so much, let me give them apathy. A world where you tell people that it is futile and that you will fail. There is no chance. Just go out there and fight. Human beings, in an attempt to protect themselves from dying, will not go out and fight in the first place. They are most likely to be apathetical in their world and sit aloof while nothing is going on. This is the case where you buy their apathy in the first place. But like I said, apathy is not comparative. Just help them and don't buy that if they agree with that sort of thing in the first place. And I'll notice one thing. At a point where you are in the minority, the only way you can be accepted is when you pander to the majority. And that's what they say we have in our world. We agree that ours might take a long time, but it's more sustainable. The government doesn't clamp down on you. You are accepted in society, and that is progressive policy change. You are not seen as an enemy of the people, like in their world, proud to oppose.
Thank you, Member of Opposition, for extending the case of the opposition bench. The House now recognizes the government whip to summarize the case of the government bench.
So since it's a trend, I have to follow it. Obviously, I first of all like to give a big thanks to God. Yeah, He's the real OG. And I also want to thank my Indies Hall trainers who actually began this journey with me, Pascal, Dennis Atisu, and especially Dovlo. If you didn't make me cry that first day of training, I probably wouldn't be here. So I'm actually grateful for that. I also want to thank everybody in KDS. They are the best, actually. So yeah. Oh, and if my parents are watching, I love you guys. So I'll be beginning in 3, 2, 1. Panel. What you get from opening bench, right, is basically an inspirational and motivation speech. Something that is not what we are debating today. That's like isn't the core of today's debate, and we think that all of them miss out on the true burden of today's debate. But before we even move there, right, what did OG say that really differentiates us from them, really puts the gap, right? Their biggest case was how it makes these people intentional about what they want to fight, right? Maybe that's true, that's fine. But they don't attack the true core of the debate that these people actually come to tell us. That they tell us that there are systematic structures in society that prevent them from getting there, which is true. So even if you're intentional about what you are fighting for, those systematic structures won't even allow you to actually fully achieve that goal. And so their case literally runs out, right? They tell us that they believe the principle of urgency because the world is getting worse. When the emotion says developing world, meaning it's getting better but not the best, right? We think that they don't necessarily characterize the world properly. That's why most of their cases fly on the fact that the world is getting worse. They say that they should they tell us that these people will start looking for jobs to help them. How? They didn't really say anything in today's debate. But what they also said one more, before I move on, is that they say hope is a fallacy. What we are actually saying is that hope it's not a fallacy. The problem is that it's the hope that actually kills you because of the systematic structure that they talk about. And so none of their cases fly. But let me not waste my time on that. Now, moving on to OO, who are very, very problematic in today's debate for the very, very big reason. Because, yeah, we agree with them that the developing world is not a failed world, right? But they tell us that society's binding factors requires hope. But hope cannot break those structures down. Those things are deep-rooted in years of systematic imbalances and fairness and inequality. Hope can't just break all those things down for you to achieve those things, right? They tell us that, this is the thing. They tell us that their principle runs on the principle of determinism. They actually lie to everybody here today, right? What is determinism actually? Determinism is the belief that life has already been prearranged. So they couldn't use some false lie to come and trick everybody here, especially when it is being streamed. And so by pointing out to you that determinism is not even real, their whole argument falls flat, right? They could have maybe framed it better, but that principle doesn't even exist. They can't even win. So right. But what else did they tell us? They tell us that people get things like depression when you don't let them tell them that it gets better. That's such a big logical leap. How did we just get to depression straight from there? They didn't mechanize to show how necessarily things will get bad for us to finally reach there. They just said depression. We don't think that flies into these debates. They say that it gets better as good as long as you reach the end goal. Because they themselves said there's structural imbalances, the end goal will not even be reached. So we can't even buy into that. What else did you also say? They said that on their side they get free will. Free will is symmetric on both sides. On our side you also get free will. Their side you get free will. You don't see how that's something that you can be credited to them, right? They say that this is the part that's really funny. They say that it gets better, allows people to protest for change. If it's getting better, why will I go and protest? I'll just wait for it to get better. So how does that even work in their world, right? If it gets better, I'll take you my 4th minute. There's no need for them to go and protest. Just sit down and wait for it to get better. That's something we don't think that progressive movements need. But CEO, oh my God, CEO. What did CEO tell us? So first and foremost, they asked the POI that what's the difference between our world and their world. The difference is that in their world, they think or they treat these people that despite the structural imbalances that haven't been solved, you can still necessarily make that drastic change, which is not true. Because on our side, we don't preach to you some false narrative that it gets better, just believe it gets better, you get there. We tell you that these are like the realities of the world. These are the harsh realities of the world. If you don't fix those harsh realities and cope with it, you will not reach that end goal. No change will come in your world. That's the difference. You guys pretend like structural imbalances are not existing. We tell you that they exist, but you have to acknowledge it. Your POI.
Your failure to listen will cost you. 7 minutes, I analyzed how it's not just a few, but a coping mechanism for when things are hard and depression could happen. Listen to logic, don't be lazy and just pick out one thing and you report it like that. Come on, guys.
You know, Pano, I actually forgot I rebutted the coping mechanism thing on my paper, but they actually reminded me, so let me just give it to them. They say it's a coping mechanism, so we should allow it. Why is that when people are smoking and they say that's how they allow it to cope them with life, we tell them not to do it? Because not all coping mechanisms is the best. That is why we can't allow them to say it's a coping mechanism, so we should take it. Because that coping mechanism won't bring any change for whatever they want to push in the world. That's why, Panel, you can't buy into their coping mechanism argument. You shouldn't have even asked that POI. You'd have probably run away with that argument, but now you did, so you are not winning. What else that CEO tell? Like, they tell us that people, like, we are supposed to defend a world where people go out and fight because it's aggressive. They try to over-exaggerate what the aggression looks like. Aggression literally means you are incensed because things have not gone your way in life and life has been unfair to you. So you actually have a right to be angry. That anger means now you look for like ways to actually fix those things, like lobbying, like protest, which gets in our world, not their world. Like actually pushing, letting people sign petitions. That's what the aggression looks like. They're trying to push the aggression like some clash, bloody thing that's like not right. We don't think that that's like a characterization of aggression flies in. We tell you that it's even aggression that pushes you to fight those systematic structures in status quo to get that end goal, right? And so like on that like measure, they don't win on that. They say that these people should pander to the majority. The point, like the reason why they're not part of the majority is that they have a different identity from them. Why will you pander to them and change identity to fit their narrative when that's the whole point of you being like a progressive movement? You are not part of them. We don't think that that's something that could actually win them these days. But Panel, what is winning us these debates? Because Dorinda tells you about false optimism, right? What's false optimism? It's when you use inspirational words on people because that's what they want to hear to get them to think that everything will be good. Panel, if you go and check your results and you see that you failed FFF, and I come and tell you, oh Charlie, don't worry, next time you do well, and I don't address to you why necessarily those like courses that you pick are actually difficult, and so you need to do more to pass it, and I just know it get better. That is not what will help you do well, and they can't like at that point I'm lying to you. That's what these people are preaching. What you are telling is that we are telling you that the truth is life might not even get better because they say on their word it can get better. But what if it doesn't? What happens to those that it doesn't get better for them? Where would they pass? On our we tell you that the truth is life may like it won't. It really won't unless you get up, be aggressive, fight for the change you want, address the systematic imbalances in the world before you can actually get change. Impacts of that on today's debate, right? On the individual, it means they actually get some sort of change. And they generate intergenerational responsibility is even better because now the people that come after them have a better life because you've already broken down those things. So there's no need for them to come and fight it. The movement itself actually goes a long way to get the goal that they want. And society, we break down the structural barriers in society and get the better change. Now I've been so proud to propose.
Thank you, Government Whip. And that brings the case of the government bench to an end. The House now recognizes the opposition whip to do same for the opposition bench.
Hello.
I don't think there's anybody else to give shout outs to. They've given the shout outs to other people that they can. I think at this point I'll just give shout outs to God and then my family and then KDS in general. Like, they said everything that could be said. All right, sure. Starting my speech in 3, 2, 1. So, panel, picture this. Imagine one day you wake up to hear that members of the LGBTQ community have taken to the streets and are protesting for their rights. That is what happens in their world. Every reason for these people to practically go out there to do anything that they want is something that is most likely to happen because there's that ideology and there's that narrative in their head that things are never going to get better. They are most likely to do something to effect that change. The only way they are most likely to get that change is if they radically and extremely go out there to get that level of change. They try to run away from their burden. The only way that these people can get change, and that is something that we established, that they want change and they want to get it by any ways. In our world, we tell you that things will get better. You are most likely to stay and empathize with people in their world because things are not going to get better. And you are more likely to go out there and be aggressive in that regard. They try to run from that burden, don't show it in their world. First off, from CG with responses. What do we get from CG? CG tries to run an idea practically on how these minorities or progressive societies are no monoliths, and so because of that they have things like radicals and people who do not pander so much to the radical ideologies. The reason why this in itself is flawed is because they do not understand the idea of the narrative. This is how it looks like. It does not look like going out there and being told that, oh, things will get better by the majority. What it looks like is an ideology that exists within the minds of these individuals, that things are going to be getting better. That's why there's a huge leap from how there's necessarily going to be division among these kind of groups that exist within this kind of progressive society. We think that is less likely to happen because it's just an ideology, especially because these empathizers also exist within status quo, and like within status quo, they are not fighting against each other. They don't show how just because somebody is saying that things is going to get better, they are going to start fighting among themselves. That is a huge stretch and a huge over-exaggeration. That in itself does not fly within the frame of today's debate. Second case, one that is premised on false optimism. Matthew analyzes to you about how centuries ago, women do not necessarily do certain things, right? Do not hold certain positions. He gives you examples about Yvonne and like the vice chancellor and things of that sort. We feel that women we've never seen them stand up to go shouting that, oh, we are aggressively fighting for our rights. That change that we see right now in status quo is the idea that existed within their exert a certain level of change, not in an aggressive way, but hoping that in the future they are going to get that level of change by thinking that things are going to necessarily get better. We show you effectively how necessarily we get that level of change without necessarily using that idea of like aggression in that regard, right? But then number two, we feel that even if there's false optimism, it is a better word than aggression, because the aggression in itself creates a world where the government is most likely to clamp down on you. Why? The government wants buy-in. He wants majority people to vote for him. So if you get up one as a minority group to riot about it, they're most likely to clamp down on you and make you look bad and get you out of the system. Why? Because you are rioting against the people who voted for them and for whose interests they exist in the first place. We feel that is most likely to happen to them. It's a bad word for them, even in their false optimism. One, we prove to you that it is most likely to get that level of change. But then number two, at least that hope that they get in that regard give them a certain level of sustainability to keep pushing that and hoping that in the future they are not going to get they are going to get a better world, right? On when we beat them in that regard, we show you how it's a better world in our world. But then again, they agree on the aggression, and that is the bad thing, because Yudia says necessarily yes, the aggression might not be so big, might be small, but no matter the extent of aggression, especially because you are hated by a lot of people, even the smallest thing that you do is most likely to cause a world where the government is most likely to clamp down on you and make you look bad. And that is it for CG, not taking later. OG and what they say. So OG's world looks like self-government now. And this goes more to analyze to you why aggression is most likely to happen. Because in the pursuit of like getting that self-government now, or getting that level of agency, you are most likely to do things irrationally. And that is like mostly inconsistent with the word that they preach, right? It's being intentional about the things you do. Because the time frame that you exist within is something that is small and less likely for you to do that kind of logical and intentional things in that regard. For that the thing that they are most likely to do
it's pursue that aggressive world. We prove to you why from CO that aggression is most likely to exist. They do not show you. We win on that burden in that regard. But then again, we feel that necessarily, right? Even in a world where they say change is most likely to be gotten faster, it's something that we do not want, and these progressive people do not want to happen. Because even in a world where we are to assume that they are most likely to get that level of change, what is most likely to happen is that because you force that idea on these people, they do not get that level of organic change. And that's why it becomes necessarily important. Because once you are not getting that level of integration in the organic way, and the way that necessarily influences the minds of the people, these people are most likely to not like buy into their ideologies totally and just live with you just because you have forced them to do in that regard. We feel that that's a world where necessarily they continue to face that kind of oppression in like small and little ways, right? Because you have not necessarily changed their mind and influenced it to the extent where they have accepted you wholly. In our world, we accept the trade-off. Sure, it is going to take a long time, but it is a better world when these people are accepted for who they are, even if it is in a long ways, because their ideologies have been integrated into the system, right? They are most likely to follow that kind of ideology that it will get better with actions, empathizing with these people to make themselves look better. It is a board that is better than aggression in that regard. Time is up. All right, so we ask these guys, and on our POI, the closest thing we get to reasonable is the media. They say, oh, the media is going to be what is necessarily going to create that level of change, or that drastic measure is going to look like. We feel like the drastic measure is like less likely not to work through the media because the media pander more towards the majority. They want people to watch them and what they are, right? They are less likely to do that thing in that regard. On weighing, and why we differentiate from opening. Opening says, oh, there's the ideology. It gives them a certain source of hope and things of that sort. We tell you that hope is not enough to bring change. It is what follows after the hope that causes the change. So we tell you that necessarily empathizing with these people in that regard, trying to integrate into the system the way that is going to change the minds of these individuals, that is what is most likely to create that level of change. So we beat them. They just tell you that, oh, that idea is going to cause change. They don't show how getting hope is going to make everybody love you. We show you how necessarily it's a better word and people are most likely to get that. On weighing metric, in the long, even if there's a trade-off for the long term, right, we get a better word, they are accepted. Number two, on sustainability, it is more sustainable in our world because we love them from who they are than pressing it on their world. But then on the side, it's not necessary. They are just going to look like bad people. Nobody is going to love them for who they are, right? We feel that the harm that exists in their world is something that outweighs the benefit. This is not something we should most likely buy into. Proud CEO.
Thank you, Opposition Whip. And that brings us to the end of the grand finale novice category for GUDC 2023. See you all at the closing ceremony.
Guys, very important announcement. If any of you has seen any black purse with tablets in it, like drugs, pills, tablets, medication in it, please let me know. It's very, very urgent. If you've seen anything of that sort, please let me know. Also, the bus is outside, so please go to the bus. You are expected to be ready by 6 because dinner starts at 6. And so when you go back, just quickly change and go back outside to enter the bus again. The judges and tournament staff would have a separate bus that would come for them. So the judges that are judging the round should not worry. Yo, isn't that Chidera's phone? How much is the money? 5 cedis. Alia, is the money yours? Yeah, sure it's not yours. So guys, please make it snappy. Please, make it snappy. Hi. I never got to say hello to you. My name is Prosper. What's your name?
I'm Sika.
Hi, Sika. How are you doing?
You said?
How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you.
Sika, I'd like to know what your job is like.
Well, I'm a student.
That's the end.